What adulterous allegations. Enough. No such thing. No such thing, liar, liar, plants for hire. And we're back. Have it at 30 frames just in case. Oh,
consider it done.
Ready for a fight?
We're taking it back. So big for what? Level 26, you said I have upgraded in a minute. Nah.
So, Tosh, the dragon hunter this time.
Finish it. Rook, nice one.
Right. Where were
You're so eepy.
we again? So, Tosh, the dragon hunter this outfit.
Yep.
It's
And you do
cold. Let me
monsters.
turn this fan off.
Seems our work's going to overlap.
No, it's not. I handle
That or
dragons.
me grab a hoodie.
You kill monsters and darkspawn.
Dragons are monsters.
What? No, dragons are natural. Been around longer than we have. Darkspawn and
Found the
monsters are
wiki.
just Vashidon that came later. And archdemons. You handle archdemons. That thing at Weishaupt was messed up.
In all kinds of ways.
Davern,
I'm sorry with
I
a
think
whiskey.
this is
I'm
where
not gonna
those
make
wardens
it.
were attacked. The cauldron.
Let's have a look.
I don't know where to put you, Mr. Wispy. That was almost my ankle meat. Let's go. Fancy. Alright. I'm almost having me again. I swear I underestimate how large these maps and stuff can be. Let's not go too deep. Don't want to fall off and perish. Yeah, that's my favorite pastime. Oh.
Yeah. A bad day at the cauldron.
What could do that?
And what have they been hiding inside?
Whatever it is, I'm sure they had good reasons for all the secrecy. Look what happened to Weishaupt.
Must be something more secret than griffins.
Dang, Tosh.
Be ready for anything.
On this bumper. Do that to me. Oh. Is there something you want to say, Davern? You looking at me like that for? Hello? Sir?
Zahn can get us up there.
Not it too far. What kind of fake arrows do I have?
This place is a mess.
Yeah.
Boshadon everywhere.
If they named it the Cauldron, it probably wasn't great on its best day.
This looks like a way
Why you
in.
sound so mad?
Just need to drop that, and maybe we can use it like a bridge.
Just need to
You
figure
can
out
drop
how.
me. Yeah.
If we destroy all that blight gunking things up, it might drop.
Wait, where's the other? I don't think I can see it from here. Yeah, I think it's like level. Alright. Loot! What? Sorry, we've already handled it. Not you spawning back that fast. Is it not fast enough? Whoa. A hat. Get gone. Get gone. Get gone too. Nah, bro has like infinite spawns. What's going on? Sir, a word with you. Not me not being able to see it from over here. Come on, friend. We. Oh, I know there was another one over there. They said 2 sides, you scrub.
What's all this stuff?
Heck
Don't
is
know.
that?
Looks useful if you want to move heavy equipment or something. Maybe the Cauldron's an armory?
Could be. Why hide it all the way out here? Doesn't make sense.
We won't know until we get inside.
Something for me? For little old me? When I got a whiskey, I never know what to do with them. Oh, let's go! Yay! Oh, nice. Let me in.
One boil down, one more to go.
Destroy the
don't
blight
call it a
over the
boil.
bridge. Got it.
Stinky. All right. Yes, I just gotta pay attention. There's another thing around here somewhere. Honestly, light into this. Hi, Bucky. Doing pretty good. Hope your day's going well too. What's this? Activate. What? Hey. There's gotta be some loot in here. Wait. Pretty good so far. That's good. Okay, I'm like, it's yelling at me over here. Over here. Okay. A ladder. Stinky. Ooh, is it back on that other side? I think so. Mayhap. I need a grenade so I can just toss it in there. Rid that pimple of that without having to go all the way in.
So, Tosh, you're the dragon hunter of this outfit.
Yep. And you do monsters.
Seems our work's going to overlap.
No, it's not. I handle dragons. You kill monsters. And darkspawn.
Dragons are monsters.
What? No, dragons are natural. Been around longer than we have. Darkspawn and monsters are just Vashidon that came later. And archdemons. You handle archdemons. That thing at Weishaupt was messed up.
In all kinds of ways.
I'm weak. Got it trying to pull me back to that. No, you won't have me. There's something I'm not looking at somewhere. Or at least I'm not looking at thoroughly enough. Oh, that's not where I think it is. Don't do that. Cool. Let's not. Hi, Amy. Hope you've been doing good today. Glad to be back.
Wardens. They died fighting.
Damn. Tried to stop the Gloomhowler.
Ambush! That's the last of them. So what is this place?
A dumping ground. It's like every dangerous artifact or weapon the Wardens ever came across.
I don't mean this in a bad way or anything, but the soundtrack for this game isn't what I thought it was gonna be. So far, I haven't heard everything, but there's nothing that's like stands out to me, you know? You know? I haven't like for who made this, like it's a little underwhelming. I'm a little saddened by it. I think if I just play it a bunch, I'll find some that I may find myself humming to, but it's not like first time hearing it, I'm like sucked in, you know? The theme song is really almost too epic. So much so that it's like I can't grasp it. Like, I'm like, oh, this is cool, but it's not like I want to add this to a playlist. You know? Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Right. You know?
Must be something here the Gloomhowler wants.
Wouldn't mind having some of this stuff for myself.
Don't even think about it. If it's also dangerous, the Wardens locked it away. We're
Yeah.
not touching anything.
Yeah, I'm like, it's definitely not giving. It's not giving what I think they hoped it would. Doesn't sound bad. I need to reiterate that. It doesn't sound bad. But it's just not. Like, it's almost too epic of music. I don't know. It may change once I'm in my 100 and so hour in the game. I'll be like, oh, this kind of got catchy after a while. Yeah.
That did it. Bridge is down. We can get in now. We're in. Welcome to the Cauldron.
I still don't understand what this place is.
Let's find out.
Looks like dates on the signs over the doors. 325,
524 here.
931 over here.
It's Blight's. The year they ended.
That's not ominous.
Look for a door
Yeah.
we can open.
It's very cinematic. Yeah, I can still 100% like. I was like, what is that? It was a wiggy. Oh, I can't pet them. We're out in the field. Stinky. But yeah, I definitely still empathize with that statement that people make about it. For certain.
Ugh. Skeletons. Why'd they have to do?
This can't be.
Thank you
It's
for
a
the
group
follow.
of-
Welcome into the storm.
There's a lot of them.
Great Scott. Okay.
What's that? Gloom howlers around here somewhere.
Good. We need to save those griffins she stole. Hassan, you stay here. No questions. This is too much for you, boy. Unbelievable. Archdemon.
So that's what the cauldron really is. A giant tomb.
So all the other rooms with the dates on them?
More archdemons. This one would be Zazakel.
This doesn't feel like a dragon. It feels wrong.
The Gloomhowler's in here somewhere. Let's find it.
Can I go through the
Some
hole?
blight here. Looks fresh.
Then the Howler's close.
It's so jarring.
It's no match for steel.
Right. Where's the first one? Where's the first one?
We have to destroy the blight forces. That'll stop us.
Got it!
I have time. Alright. Alright. Alright, my bad. Hurry up, I'm here.
Keep on those blight forces. There's some on top.
I'm coming. Hey, W3 Steam Speak, let's go.
An eternal tune, an eternal evil.
Bro is really on my 6 right now. Alright. You want some? I'll give you some.
Must surrender their secrets.
I can't dodge roll, he's in my way. Thought I saw it. Oh, I thought I. Where's the other one? Oh, it's literally right there. I'm like, am I crazy? Oh, get off the hole! Get out the hole! Get out the hole! I can't. Again, number one enemy in this game is a hole. It's always a hole. Never died from an actual enemy, even though he kind of pushed me in there. I would have survived if the hole wasn't there. Therefore, the hole is it's the hole's fault. I bought the hole.
We need to get to higher ground. Follow me.
I'm already up there, buddy. Trust.
Quick! The last coil's in the ribcage.
This is going well. Surrounded by friends.
Surrounded by sharp claws. Whoever you are, face me!
Oh.
What are you?
A ward against the darkness.
You are the darkness. You're a monster.
To those who made me,
Where are the other griffins?
I liberated them.
No, you didn't.
What does that mean? What are you going to do with them?
Free them from the tyranny of the Wardens.
Grey Wardens rid the world of horrors like you.
They created the horrors. The bones of griffins abandoned in this cauldron. Proud warriors forgotten.
Who are you?
Their salvation.
Sick.
The blood offers protection.
Archdemon blood? You're blighting them?
Protecting them. The same blood runs through your veins, Warden. Join with us and honor their future.
I die first!
Then this is your tomb.
I got so scared. Then don't hurt my baby.
Bring me the griffin!
Be careful, baby.
Anyone have eyes on the Gloom Howler?
Worry about the Dark Lord first, or they'll get a song.
We're fighting for the baby.
A son, come! Your family is waiting!
Oh, that's foul.
He knows I'm live when he hears it.
Not me getting that low hello.
Don't let these Darkspawn get the upper hand.
I am your true mother, son.
I'm his father, and I'll die before you take
Stop throwing bombs.
Damn it. The Gloom Howler's gone.
It's okay. Let it
In
go.
this game for you. Okay.
Whatever you say. I need to catch my breath anyway.
We all should. Never hunt things you don't understand. The Gloom Howler is more than a monster.
Your quarry, your call.
I got what I needed. The sun stripped a piece of its clothing. Gives me something to go on.
Good
Even
looking.
though I told you to stay put.
He did save you.
He could have been killed.
He cares about you.
Aw.
That's part of Turlum, right?
Well, I suppose that was good form, extending your talons. That'll leave a scratch. Yeah, you're getting the hang of things. Now let's go, boy. This place is pure evil.
You know. What a way to go. I don't think there's any more loot around here.
Can't say I ever want to see this place again. Ready to go?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Me too.
Archdemon blood's as dangerous as it gets. Grey Wardens keep it locked away for good reason. The stuff is pure evil. But not as evil as using it to blight the only griffins in the world. Now the Gloom Howler held that honor. Hassan's brothers and sisters needed a miracle. And it would be up to Davrin and his flying friend to deliver.
Why do you say it like that? That's our attempt. Oh, she has something here? Okay. No, just saying go to her mission. There was something. Maybe I can finally do this one. No, that was a wait. No, I've gotten all discombobulated. I do that? Let's see. He's like, I'm like, sir, I am fighting very vicious enemies. And the last thing I need from you right now is to be whispering these sweet nothings in my ear like you are. Like, sir, I beg. Ah, that's what that leads to. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I was tripping over here last time so hard. It was like, I gotta load in blades of grass, and it like exploded on itself. Could go finish. I think these are the last few things for this one mission I needed.
Be ready.
Do the roar.
Well. Echo?
In the back.
From the back, what did you say?
Echo? That's not my voice. Not your voice.
Oh, that's weird. All right.
This Echo made promises and then... I think it took them all?
And you can stop now, Mr. Well. Cause what?
Whatever this Echo was in the well, I think it possessed them. The more people go near it, the more it gets in their minds.
It knew the Blight was coming, and used the fear of that to get to them.
That journal mentioned clearing boards from the well. He was sealed away once.
Yeah, we know. Right. I go back to Inquisition and how some of this stuff was. I'm like, you know, come a long way.
Rook, I'm Greta. Good to have you here.
You look a bit worried.
We're not sure where some of our wardens are, Beckett and a few others. We're supposed to check in. We need to look out for each other more than ever. It's just, I know they took Weishaupt hard, and I hope they're okay.
Oh. Meet with us later. White Grove.
You need something scraped together? Just ask.
Sausage! Ooh, and there's smoke. Ah, nothing hits quite like
Keep your
smoked
guard
meat.
up.
Smoked turkey, smoked chicken. Delicious. Oh, whatever makes sense.
Have you seen Ivan?
Some wardens were meeting at the Grove, but they didn't want anyone to know.
I think that was most of our stuff here. I'll come back and do some of that later. Oh, wait, no, maybe this will do it. Hold on. Is there any kind of diet or regulation to eat after your procedure, or can you eat when you're normally? It's back to what I normally ate. Before, I couldn't eat the day before. I only have clear liquids, and the eating part wasn't that bad. I just had lime popsicles and water and soup broth. It was when I had to drink the solution. That's what took me out. That's where I was like, I'm ready to. This needs to be over. This needs to be over stat. So having to basically do that for like 16 hours was not fun. It was actually more than that because my appointment was like early Tuesday morning, and I don't think they started on me until like closer to noon. I got there at like 8:50, and I didn't get start on to like 11:40, 11:50 something. So I was in there struggling. That part wasn't fun. Yeah, I had to drink cranberry flavored solution. It was horrendous. Yeah, it wasn't. Luckily, I didn't have the gallon one because I was hearing people there's like a gallon of this powder and you have to mix it with water and drink the gallon. I would have not made it. I had two, like, they were about like half the water bottle, but that was like, I struggled. First time I drank, I had to like break it up into like 30-minute increments because it wasn't, I don't know how to even describe it. Hey, lost with that young raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. How the heck are you? Happy Thursday. Hope your day is going well. What are you doing around here? Hi, I'm Miss Purple Lightning, a variety streamer here on Twitch. Currently playing some Dragon Age the Veilguard. And we're a little cozy today. I'm freezing. So, we just vibing. Hi, how was your stream? What were you guys up to today? Indubitably. You just started Dragon Age. Oh, let's go. We're some hours into it. So I'll go ahead and say there is a lot of spoilers that'll be seen, but have no idea what you're doing, but it's fun. It is. I am having a lot of fun playing it. I really love the fighting mechanics and the fluidity of that. There's little small things like when you're talking and people pay attention to you. That's really cool. I like that. The banter you get to have when you're just like walking around exploring places. I like how they banter with each other, and I like how the banter doesn't get interrupted if you like start an encounter, because then they pick back up. It's really cool. Yeah, I like how they do the decisions. They kind of show you this means this means this, and it doesn't leave it all ambiguous. So you're like, oh, it says I don't care, and you're thinking like I don't care either is fine. And it's like I don't care, you're stupid. It's all the cool stuff that I was really looking for that Inquisition didn't have. So some of that stuff's really cool. But before I start rambling, because I do that, if you need to raid and run, I totally understand. Please take care of yourself, hydrate, and get snacks and such. If not, then feel free to lurk around and listen to our diabolical conversations as we do stuff. But thank you again so much for the read. I forgot where we're going just that fast. Was it here? No, it was here. Okay. I'm like, something doesn't feel right. Because it's not. Hey, W Risa.
And running gonna lurk and make some lunch.
Okie dokie. Enjoy your lunch. Hopefully it's delicious. Oh, okay. Have I been over here?
The tree.
A map and plans.
From the missing wardens.
He's gone. He was drawn to the tree.
Why?
If his calling was close, it might have looked beautiful to him.
Where
We'll
is
tell the
God?
wardens.
That was a bit extreme. Not him getting taken by a giant sphincter. corn with some potato soup. That sounds fire. Wait, can I still not go this way?
Hey, Davrin. We gonna talk about Weishaupt?
That cabin must be the physician's. Lynn's mentor. Light.
It's on the inside, too. We can still search.
Got him good there. What was I saying? Hey, Davrin. We gonna talk about Weishaupt?
Not by choice.
Crap, was that our... Look for medical supplies.
Sasha, stop interrupting me, my bad. So cool.
A notebook. It describes a local plant.
Dang,
known
not
as
through the
bloom.
head.
None here. But Oscar left to find more. For his wife. If he left before the cabin was blighted, we might still find him out there. There was a life here.
Yeah. Damn.
Alright. Laying down thinking you're about to get a little nappy and next thing you know, piercing headache, light. Why did I put gaps? Stop. I'm so targeted. I swear I'm being bullied by this game right now.
Rona's bloom. This was in the physician's book. It's been picked over.
Physician got here before us. Let's keep looking.
You think it will survive? Damn right.
A champion. Stay ready.
Ooh, another soul to add to our list.
Over there.
What the hell? Why is it black? Hello? Oh, we can't see. Is that what this is? This is crazy.
Tell your gods we won't be stopped. Ready. Better get this where it's needed.
Jeez. Ooh, let's look at you. Wow. Okay. Jeez. His tip is still glowing. Yeah. All right. No way. His tip, see? See how bright it is? What? You know? I heard something crazy. The hell?
Right.
Oh, I can't see. Oh, that sound makes my like head hurt. Yeah.
You got it.
It has to be that. I don't see anything up there. Enough! Let's let me back up. I'm not seeing and getting the whole picture here.
I'm on.
Thanks.
Of course.
Ah, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Rona's bloom. Picked over like the last one.
Did I just dive into a cactus? So what if I did?
Position.
And what if I like it spiky? I don't know. I did. It's just fun to break things like that. Do it fine first, you know? Oh wait, I don't think I finished my investigations. Who the heck just dropped the base? Oh, I see. Drop the base. Hey, that's the thing from I met on Dragon's Dogma. Girl that had her biddies out. How do I get in? Oh, stinky. Alright, so those are like the only two ways in there with the exception of this mayhap. Which I think is also blocked by blight. Blight block. Oh, it's open. Oh. No, it's not. Okay, yeah, that's something we'll have to come back to then. Well, now we know. Okay, I can go in there now. Let me do this real quick because it said to go talk to what's his face. He's right here. Where I actually hit R is wild. I'm having to adjust so much.
Let's finish this.
From like having long nails. Like how I used to hit the keys on the keyboard, like are not the same.
Body.
Couldn't escape the darkspawn.
Something so simple.
His bag. Brona's bloom. This was the physician. Oscar.
We can get the supplies to Flynn. It can still help the village.
A lot of goodies. Oh, hello. Hello and goodbye. Ooh, more pimples to pop.
Darkspawn. Bring him down and we'll clear a path.
What? Disgusting.
Should be easier to travel through here. That'll help the wardens.
But I want to know where this other one led. Smells like they're trying to hide some loot from me. You can't hide forever. Ooh, thank you.
Altar.
You said loot's this way? Okay. Ooh, hi. Yes! So I can't remember if that statue is how I do that thing back at that one place. I hope so. I want to eavesdrop and listen to him say words again. That's not deep, is it? Okay. Her inability to swim in shallow water is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Oh yeah. Your rook cannot swim whatsoever. Well, in a couple minutes, it'll be 3 hours. We'll take our first break. Oh me, oh my. To really say, oh, you thought, okay. I don't trust any of this now. Ew. Pinky. Let me go ahead and plop one of these in here. You know? I'm weak. What is this dance? So poetic.
you all right?
We wanted to prove we could stop the Darkspawn, that we deserved to be here. There had to be a reason we survived when so many others at Weiss helped. I'm not as bad as I look. I can get myself back to Lavendel. Thank you. I just need a moment to say goodbye.
Take all the time you need, buddy. I think it's funny that from a decorative standpoint, they still have the crate, but like they just don't serve a purpose. Okay. I'm just spamming everything but the button I need.
Hey, Davrin.
Oh.
We gonna talk about Weishaupt?
Not by choice.
What the crap was that archdemon? You all said it was a dragon.
I don't know.
I joined up to
Not
fight
Tosh
dragons.
harping on him.
Whatever that was. Had too many heads.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what the gods are doing. All I know is that Gillenane is still alive. A lot of wardens aren't.
Oh. We'll kick her ass next time.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'm like, where? I know where I can put my whiskey. We missed the whiskey. Whee. Yay. Give me the loot. All right. I'll let these ads run. I'm gonna go get up and take a break. Take a short little break, stretch my legs, not sit down for too long. So we'll be RB. All right, we're back. Sorry about that long wait. It's like freezing, and I think it's like 7 degrees outside. There's no reason that should feel as cold as it does in the house. Insane. Honest, I think it's the humidity. Maybe that. On top of that, me eating a popsicle as a snack probably isn't gonna help. Baton digress. Same there. And also it looks like it's like snowy weather. It's all gray outside and kind of gloomy, but it still feels like not cold, but it looks like it's cold out. It's weird.
About to get fun.
While you guys handle that.
More of that, Brooke.
Whatever's down there, whatever you did to those people, I won't let you do it again. We're sealing the well. Sealing.
Okay.
It's done. No more echo. For now.
All right. Also, thank you for that gift, Ed. Last second gold. That wasn't too bad.
The Voss family? Did you find anything?
There was something in the well. It got to them.
But we aren't supposed to listen. The stories. But it was sealed.
We sealed it again.
When it's safe to go back, I'll bury it even deeper for Ursa. Thank you for letting me know.
Completed. Let's go.
Flynn, we have Brona's bloom.
That will really help. Thank you. Oscar, the physician, was he, or his wife, Marta?
I'm sorry. They're gone. You're from here, right? You were Oscar's apprentice.
I knew him and Marta my whole life. I was at the end of my training. I'll make sure it's put to good use. With these plants, I can help the village, the wardens, whoever needs it.
Hi, Flynn.
You're doing good work here. I'm glad I could help.
It's not just me. The wardens have a medic. Between the two of us, we'll get by. I want to help. I almost lost the chance.
What do you mean?
When the blight surged through, I nearly died. Evka and Antoine found me, but I was blighted, past healing. They let me take the warden joining ritual. It saved my life, and gave me warden abilities.
Does that mean you're a Grey Warden?
It should mean I have no choice. The joining ingredients are rare. If that first warden had found me... Evka and Antoine said I'm welcome, but they're happy to see me continue as I am.
You've been through... You're still going through a lot. I'm sorry.
It's been... Keeping busy helps. But thank you. You know, I can sense the blight in my warden patients. I can't reverse it, but I think it helps my treatments. I won't be killing Darkspawn, but I'll fight the blight my way. I'm still Lavendale's physician. Whatever else has changed, that hasn't.
That's sweet.
I think what you're doing here, helping the injured, it's great.
Thanks, Rook. Just try not to need my help personally. Between us, the medicines I mix taste awful.
No promises.
What about Tosh? Hello? No bond for us? Fine. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, there we go.
You're breathing easier?
That'll take me back home to my man. You know, that's about to be me with the Lucanus if I don't get any action soon. I mean, I chew. Cough, cough. Who said that? Ah, Harding has a thing to do. Drip that espresso out of my mouth. I can't. Making the candies. You know what? No. Another time I'm gonna bring Emmerich. I still haven't really had him with me like that.
Thanks for coming, Rook. I hope the Calshrock dwarves have some answers.
I think Davern and Lucanus. Yeah. Dinosaur. Cuties are all here.
I'm supposed to meet someone named Veilguard? He told me to come here. He seemed nice in his message.
Yeah, nice he really is.
So you don't actually know who or what this Veilguard is?
A new friend, I hope. We're supposed to meet Veilguard here. We got company.
Bro said, meet this. Huh?
Nice move.
They're so supportive. It's so cute.
Well struck!
That has to be Veilguard.
Thick. That's all I saw.
Veilguard?
Yes. Lace Harding, of the Inquisition.
Wait, how do you know about...
And this is the one they call Rook?
Alright. You know too
Emmerich,
much.
the Mortalitasi flesh crafter.
Imprecise, but it does have a ring to it.
So you've heard of us?
You have brought a strange assortment to our gates, Lace Harding.
Alright. Oh, hey, what's up? What's up, BB? He's like, what doing? We're in a hurry.
Thanks for meeting with us. I really hope you can help Harding.
You are gracious in your address. It is not necessary. Tell me what you wish.
I'm looking for someone touched by the Ancients. Does that mean anything to you?
Yes, she has been waiting for you. Follow, and keep your weapons ready. The roads are dark. The creatures there even more so.
Alright. I don't like how he's talking to us, but okay.
You are staring.
What? No.
You want to know if you can see the corruption you hear we carry?
Sorry. I shouldn't have.
A person will do almost anything to survive. That is what my people did. Become like the Darkspawn, or be destroyed by them.
Not much of a choice.
What do you mean you're like the Darkspawn?
Kal Sharok was abandoned to its fate many generations ago, when the Darkspawn first came. We lost many, some to the corruption, some by their own hand, and some found another way.
I didn't touch anything.
Galta Satot. The stone is colder than death, as they say. Darkspawn.
Put that down. What was this? He said I'm leaving you. I'm sorry, I'm coming. I'm right here.
Reminds me of the necropolis. Lacking the charm, of course.
Not far now.
Just straight up ignored him. Like, alright, good for you.
Blight. It grows too quickly these days, and it feels different.
You can feel the blight?
Many from Kal Sharok can, somewhat. Long story. The corruption here has its root elsewhere. Destroy it, and this growth will become vulnerable.
Destroy the source of the blight growths? We can do that.
I will stay on guard here.
Alright.
You got it.
Lift is stuck. Looks like a rock wedged in the mechanism.
I might be able to help with that.
Okay. Makes it fall and presses us. Alright, got the back of Emmeric's neck in our face. Yeah. Loot. I'm not finding any blight sources yet. Oh. Really not. Something up there, but I gotta get tired. Oh, they say he went the wrong way? Alright. Well, we're trying to big brain. How do we get over there? Ooh, la, la, la. Great Scott. Flashbang me then, I guess. Put it in my retina. It's so bright.
bet it's this way.
Detour for loot. I'm surprised they don't penalize you for trying to loot. A lot of games are like, oh, there's something secret over here, but to go find it, you must risk your life. Eye for an eye. Not today. Oh, it isn't. Like, I'm not over exaggerating.
Leave it to me.
Hey, how greasy the rocks look. The kind that, like, somebody can interact with. Stinky. I got it. It's worth. Yup. Look at that. Look at that. Ooh. Oh, it's a bow for Harding.
For a moment there, it was as though a malevolent gaze fell upon us.
Hmm? What do you mean by that?
Trouble nearby. On your left.
Reactive explosion. My bad, Harding. For whatever reason, my brain said, you're the enemy. There's too many pimples being popped. Okie dokie.
Here we go.
We'll be here still, most likely. Take care. I hope it's all swift and easy for you.
I hate fighting Darkspawn, and they're everywhere down here. What are the chances we won't see any more of them?
Well, that was rude. Stinky. We're back here. It's all bright again. Oh, I'm like, is it still rolling? Hello? Oh, it's so far for it to go. Oh, great. Where is this one at? I don't have any more people.
Wait, did anyone else see that? I thought I saw someone.
Someone? Down here?
Maybe it was just a shadow.
No. That was not just a shadow. was something peculiar. Bro, what?
Heard ya.
Wee. Easy peasy. These holes aren't gonna get me this time. Ah, how about that? Whee.
Here we go.
Sir, where are you going?
Let's destroy this blight and get out of here.
Was Emmerich about to call me a good girl? A good widow pupil? Mayhap. I thought Lucan spitting those bars would be too much. The world won't be able to handle
We
it.
can get through the door now. Let's go check with Veilguard.
Whee. Hey buddy, we're here. Come out here, he's gone. Foolish mortal. We're back. Oh. He's like, and open the door.
You did good work. The blight growths have weakened.
So, we can keep going?
Yes. Come.
If you say so.
Mind yourself and show respect when you enter the sanctum.
Alright, I'll
Yes,
steal
of
some
course.
stuff. What is
But
mech?
who
What
are
is
we
this?
meeting?
I will let her speak for herself. But we of Kal Sharok revere her deeply for being one with the storm. They say she was once from Orzammar, but she speaks very little of her past.
There was blight everywhere outside of those doors. But here, it's clean. This person I'm going to see, I think she's keeping the blight away somehow.
I don't know about all that. Giving too much trust into this person you don't know a lot about, Hardy.
The song. Do you hear it? Coming from all around us.
They say lyriums.
We have arrived.
But I don't see anyone.
There. She's waiting.
Thank you for leading her here, Veilguard. They call me the Oracle.
I'm a little iffy.
That's incredible.
Yes, she is.
I know you. Don't I?
Once I was Volta, as you were Lace, then Scout, and now something else.
All this. Is this what I am? Am I like you?
I cannot tell you what you are. Look within and remember. Remember when the Earth was alive and the Titans walked the land. In one voice they sang a chorus of creation and of connection.
Isatuno. The song.
When the Titans fell, we awoke, but the melody was already lost.
The dwarves.
We were always just shattered fragments of a greater whole.
The stone sense. My magic. It's Titan magic. But why? Why did this happen? Why do I remember Isatuno? What
Party
happened
should
to the
leave.
Titans?
Remember the Titans? See what I did there?
There's something else here. It's found you.
Hello?
I didn't do anything!
Fascinating!
Oh. Oh.
That construct probably riled up the wildlife. Watch the deep.
Look to the left!
Nice hit, bro.
What did we bring to her? Major confused.
Everyone alive?
Did you feel it? Fury. Such fury. And with you as its mark.
Me? But why?
Hey, we can handle anything that comes our way.
There are horrors in the depths. They have awakened to you now. Look within for your answers. And beware.
I don't like that this
No,
didn't answer
wait.
questions, but
I
gave
have
more
more
questions.
questions.
Huh.
She does that. Riddles, riddles, riddles. Oh, I am a rock.
But those weren't answers. She gave me nothing. Come back. Make her come back.
Harding.
Ugh. It's all right. I'm all right. Sorry. We're done.
Thought she was
Let's
gonna
just
pull her back
get
in.
out of here. Oh, hey.
Oh, hey. What kind of greeting is that? Hello?
You look like you could use someone to talk to.
I'm that obvious?
You're being uncharacteristically quiet.
I try to be cheerful. It helps me, and I think it makes other people feel better. But since we saw the Oracle, I don't know.
You're allowed to feel off balance. That experience with the Oracle was intense.
I don't know what she sees.
But I got nothing out of her except vague hints and even more vague warnings. This was supposed to be a good thing.
One small hurdle doesn't erase what's good about this.
I just wish I knew what to do.
No matter what,
I'll
we'll make
focus
sure
on
you're
keeping
safe.
safe.
How?
We watch out for you and prepare for a fight.
You think it'll be a fight?
When is it not?
Maybe there's nothing to do now, but...
Does have a point.
Wait and see. I'm grateful for all your encouragement. This would be so much harder without your support.
Anytime, Harding. Anytime.
Harding left the Oracle's sanctum disappointed. Maybe she'd expected too much. Maybe there were no answers to be had. Seething with questions, she forgot the Oracle's dire warning.
Oh, brother.
But far below the surface, something was moving. Determined to be seen, and fighting to be remembered.
Hello?
Hey, Hassan.
I thought they had taken my pet away from me. Oh, the little under chin scratch is cute. Not really in the beginning, but it gets there. It gets better. Hello?
Hey there, Rook.
Alright. Nobody wants to talk to us. Hi.
Zara is dead after everything she did to me. To us! It should have been my knife that finished this. Ilario denied me that.
It's okay that you're brooding. Hold on, let me... Oh, okay. I saw someone did I saw someone did a I don't know how to get my person to stand like this, but they had him like they were standing legs further apart. I was thinking if we could get I was thinking we could reenact that, but she won't stand right. Stop it, get out of my head. You have the same brain worms that I do. You know? It's not gonna work. But this is a nice nice shot of him though. Hee hee. Obviously, I already know. I've already been there. Don't yell at me.
The loss of Weishaupt. It was a place from legends and bedtime stories. To see it fall, it's another thing lost.
Listen, you don't know that. I don't believe you.
You know, I'm Dalish. I've seen death since I was little. But the number of wardens that fell at Weishaupt, I don't know. I hope Davrin's okay.
Yep.
Dweller, an invitation has manifested to the Black Emporium in Docktown.
You know,
the antiquarian there is stagnant and stubborn, but he offers forgotten treasures for those in need.
I was like, my mic off. How much can I upgrade?
Archdemon falls, a god remains. Fear not, Dweller. Success is forged by time.
I think everyone's already kind of maxed out. Yeah. $11. See, I don't feel like I'm leveling up that much. But every time I come and do my skills, I'm like, I'm alright. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I like electric damage. Mm. Oh, but I like his sword he has. Look at the tip. He's so bright. I Serenity, welcome. Welcome on in. How the heck are you? Feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. And I didn't think I still have something new. But I like him with his tits out. Oh man. I should have kept his tits out. Give me his titties! I wonder why I was doing that so well. Oh my gosh, we could match! Yee! Yee! Give her all the fire things. Hmm. Hi, Tiana. Welcome on in. How the heck are you? Feeling pretty good. Ooh. Great shot. I had like 3 French fries. My body's like, nap. Nor. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it with sticking with that will be the better option. Yeah, I wish I could just paint our armor. It's like nothing looks good on our girlie. Hmm? Well, We'll try that. How about my one that had shot? I guess. Mm. Ah, okay. All right, that's cool. Kind of wish we could look at our companions. Excuse me. Maybe I shouldn't say it because every time I think to say it, I cough. So maybe it's best I leave it alone. It's fine or whatever. I've tried to speak with everyone already. Oh no, wait. I think I got a thing. I want to know if I can use it here. Oh, never mind. I thought I picked up another wolf statue. Perhaps I'm wrong. But very accepting.
You said we were gonna slay dragons.
Boo, I can't go any lower. Dash. The face was shocked. Now what's going on here? Don't worry about it. Not important.
That wasn't a dragon. Dragons have one head. Don't get me wrong, I can do it. It's just messed up.
I have no clue who she sees or what she sees, but she sees something.
It's not a surprise that you're feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders. Everyone else is. But I promise you, Rook, what you're doing right now, this is the battle you need to fight.
Like every time I unmute, she's like, "Boom," and I mute and she stops. She's making me feel crazy. I go to Docktown. Our friend doesn't abandon, not abandon us, but our beloved doesn't leave us high and dry. Let's see. I thought she was already there. Yeah. Of course there isn't one that's near her. Dang. I think that's the closest one. Fine, we got it. How bad it was to play. Yeah, I saw a clip, the hound lady or something. The hound something. I didn't get a chance to look at it, but I saw the Maury and I was like, when do we get dogs that you can pet in Dead by Daylight? I'm like, yes, the hound mommy. Since when? So we'll be looking at that later. Trust.
Toy with me. I've got a list of people with call me.
Hey, Brooke.
Yes. These two in a combination jutsu would ruin lives. Trust. So many lives ruined. It's almost 4:30 already. Ooh.
Let's try this again. Nev, we were going to talk. You come looking for me?
Hello, Alec. And Cedar. You sing at the Cobbled Swan. And spy for the threads?
You got it.
All right. You called. I showed up. Why are we here?
Because the Venatori are targeting threads. We want the scales tipped back in our favor.
That's what I was looking. I was like, what is he doing here? But yeah. You know?
Please, tell us how to help.
Aren't you polite?
Cut to the chase, Alec.
The Venatori are taking our people, and they
Yeah.
aren't shy about it. They walked into the Swan and abducted our boss, Marco Damas.
The threads always kept their leader secret, pulling strings from the shadows.
Yeah, well, the Venatori found us out, declared they were securing Docktown as they dragged him out. Cedar was performing at the time. So the whole thing.
That must have been awful.
I'm not a fighter. Boss always said if trouble broke out, just keep the show going. He could handle it. Guess he couldn't this time.
It's an easy deal. Right, Nev? We've had our differences, but the threads are better neighbors than the Venatori.
Docktown's ours. We want them out as much as you.
The cult's got an inside track on our members. They're watching us. But you?
I get it. You give us the lead, we go in alone.
They're holed up in the thread market. I'll get you access. Still won't be easy.
Good luck, all right.
Here's hoping.
Studying your brain for a month, enough. You're like,
So we're rescuing
something
the leader
smells
of a crime
familiar.
syndicate.
The threads protect their streets. If we can swing power back in their...
Back in their favor.
favor, Docktown needs whoever will fight for it. Let's get to the market.
You kitty! My kitty! Hey, let me in, chump. It's the chair noses that suck you in? Nah. Sorry about that. All right. I'm like, I don't think I've come down here. Okay. There's a whole underground situation for us to go situate. But hello, my bad. Sorry to have spawned upon your location. Oh. That's
That's it for now, but we need to move before any more of the cult catches on.
Did he call me messy?
If the Venatori are against the Threads,
I'll be
why
messy for
take
you.
Damas? Why not kill him at the Swan?
The Threads must have something the Venatori want.
The Venatori schemes will end here.
What do you say, Thread?
For the glory of Tevinter Reborn.
Good.
What are they doing?
It's blood magic. They're using mind control on the Threads.
The guards, what now?
The Threads are confined. Out of danger for now, but we need to get them out. Take out the mages in charge and we break the control.
Already on.
I am blessed.
Alright.
Well done, Nev.
Okay, Nev. I see you in the mix.
Stop them! You want to die? I'll do it for free. A clean strike.
Rook gets that one. Nice move.
That's the last of them.
They're controlling key
Our
that
bonding
thread with blood.
season.
If one of them revealed Damas, taking the boss gets them everything. We need to find him.
We're on the way. Trust. Or it's gonna have us hyped. Follow her and we'll save them.
We can free the captives here too.
Wait. I heard something. There's someone up ahead.
Probably gonna be stinky. Is there any good armor in this game? Like good, like nice looking. Ooh, what's going on here?
Quite the setup. That's Markle Damas? I can take him off your hands.
He's not mine to give. Damas serves our best.
I was like, what's hanging upon his belt?
I've missed you.
You know me.
Damas doesn't, but I do. You stopped me once, but my purpose remains.
Aelia.
Rid Minrathis of this criminal. Kill him. Will anyone notice in Docktown? I won't be stopped.
What have you done, Aelia? Speaking directly through him. Puppetry. The blood magic needed.
Impressed? It pales next to the power Tevinter once had.
I got you, girl.
Say the word and we move. Together.
How familiar.
Enough.
You dealt with Bataris and his relic. You found us here. No further. The risen God showed me the path to our legacy, our salvation. I am this city's future, and you'll stay out of my way.
Small.
We need to subdue Damas fast, but keep him alive.
This wretch? I would use him for something better, even if it's stopping.
No one should die.
Nev, this person controlling Damas.
We can talk later.
Let me get behind you. Alright. You about to get this ult dropped on your face? Cool.
Aria, taking over the threads. It secures the Venatori a little more power, but I know you. There's more. You're setting us up. For what?
For Minrathus. Our ancient power restored. Our destiny renewed.
And damn the lives it takes. We've played this game before.
The game never ended.
I don't care what you're playing, but Nev's got backup.
Nev keeps her own agenda. If a fool's caught in it...
I've been called worse.
Minrathus
I'm so
is
nice.
broken, but you like it. Does it flatter your ego to leave the city as it is? To prove your cynicism right? I am our hope. I'll change these streets, starting with Doctor. It could do better. Goodbye, Nev. Venedis. Fucking cultist snakes. They'll pay for this.
Were they about to turn me into Swiss cheese? Hello?
Damas, are you all right?
I wouldn't be.
Nev Gallus, if you're here, Alex sent you.
You're welcome.
You did me a favor. I heard you stopped a red lyrium relic, and the Venatori responsible walked. But Taurus, I've got dirt on him.
Enough for the shadows to make a move.
Consider it my thanks.
Hi, icing welcome on in. How the heck are you? Oh, split decisions stress me. Sir?
Bataris put lives at risk. If you can take him down.
Do it.
Consider it done. The threads protect their streets. It looks like you do, too.
His face is too young for, or too old for his voice.
There's no one else
feel.
here. The person controlling him.
She's gone.
I love her walk so sassy. Doing pretty good. It's like oddly cold, so I'm trying to warm up. Steaming some rice right now.
I gave Damas's information to the surviving Shadow Dragons. They'll run with it. Bataris is one man, but that's one less Venatori to deal with. You know, I didn't expect backup for this job. I wasn't looking to drag you in.
I'm here for you, but I can't romance you. Friends help each other.
We saved Damas. The stuff with Aelia, we'll figure it out.
This doesn't end well.
Who is she? Besides an evil blood mage.
A damn fanatic. A believer in Tevinter's former glory. I caught her trying to save the city. The ritual, what she wanted to summon. She'd have sacrificed us all. I caught her. The Templars had her. Turns out, Aelia had sympathy in the right places. She disappeared from her cell, but I had a lead.
That sounds good.
I should have gone alone. But I went looking for backup. Someone I could trust. Rana. I found her partner first. Brahm always wore that Andrastian pendant. Had it that night, too. He was a pain.
That makes sense now.
But at the end of the day, he always showed up. Tried to do the right thing. Like it's easy. He went in too fast. Aelia found him, she got out. Brahm didn't.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Me too. Aelia's trail went cold after that. The Templars stopped putting people on it. They buried Brahm's death. Like it was nothing. Said it wasn't an official case, that he didn't have orders. He put protecting Docktown first. He helped me. And that's what he got. What now? A dragon attack? Aelia's back and backed by a god. Where does it end? I can't say a lot of people show up for me, Rook, or that it ends well when they do, but today, you came through for Docktown this time. Even when I didn't expect it.
Got your back, though.
I wasn't there for the dragon. If only I could be everywhere at once.
Doesn't hate me that
but
much.
Even
that
if
much
I'm late,
more.
I've got your back. Hopefully that's enough.
I'll take late over never. And I'm around, if you need me.
Let's go.
I need to get the team
Increased
around the table
bonds.
and talk about what's next.
Ooh, let's gather at the table. Wait, anybody want to talk? Anybody want to speak? My Pookie, I'm coming. Yes.
Lucanus? Where is he?
Wait. Okay, I'm coming. Hold on. Something's afoot. Where's my man? Hold on now. Wait. Oh, Lar. Oh, my friend. Hi. I won. Two more. Oh, nice. We're tied. All right. Who's going to win this one? Winner takes all. Hey, good game. Where's Lucanus? Nor. Alright, everybody wants to talk. Yes. Alright. It doesn't. You, Davin. You must speak.
Davrin. Doing some renovations?
Building a trophy cabinet. The figures I'm carving.
Why did he do it like that? Why was that so sensual? Hello? Hello? That was such a gentle stroke. Sir, hello?
Good idea. They deserve showing off.
Always room for improvement. Trying to get the details right on this figure of Tosh. She'll fight the other monsters, and then oops, guess that her luck was too much to handle there, Tosh. Time to call a Grey Warden.
Really?
No, there's no wood in the world strong enough to carve her temper.
Maybe you could carve the rest of us.
Maybe. It might be good to carve the people still around, once this is all over.
We missed it. I just had to hit the intro. That's crazy.
So when you're making those carvings, if your leader just happened to look a little taller...
I don't measure them to scale, Rook.
All right, all right. I'll see you around.
He's so cute. I'm so tiny. I'll measure him to scale. Enough. Yep. We walk in on him stroking his axe. And you know. Welcome back, Gigi. Did you get to see him stroking his axe? It was so sensual.
You're still working?
Just finishing some things up.
You know. Just a little chat, nothing more.
You know you're being creepy, right? Why are you watching me?
Because you haven't been sleeping, and I wanted to figure out why.
Oh, right.
Just...
I have dreams now. When I go to sleep, I mean.
I thought dwarves didn't dream.
We're not supposed to. I didn't before. It's unnerving. It's like my mind's telling a story to itself and is really bad at it.
When you imagine it, you know, it was very... Wow, and he like, say my hand is the axe. He was like... What was that squish sound I just heard? I wish I was having this conversation with Lucanus. I dream I'm naked. And you be in there too.
I know exactly
Just
what you
naked.
mean. That's typical of dreams.
What about being scared? Is that typical too?
That's a nightmare.
Usually I'm being chased or hunted. There's something that glows red, just out of my sight. And I know it's gonna get me, but I don't know how I know.
Yeah, okie dokie, drive safe. Punch it.
And so you're here, thumbing through ledgers and unsure if you want to go to bed.
Yeah, pretty much. But I already feel better, having talked about it. And now, I'm gonna get some sleep. And hope the dreams are safe.
Good luck.
I come back with snack. Hi, Lily. Yeah, I have to make up my time. I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna be here. Stop falling. I'm not gonna be here like all day, but I want to get an early start. Where's my baby?
Hey, Hassan.
Girls. I don't know where he is. I don't like it. Let me look harder. Maybe I'm not looking hard enough. Okie dokie. I should be on some point maybe next week. Let me check my room or something. I mean, why would he be in there? But, you know, you never know. Where does this take us? I forgot. Oh, he's beneath.
Can't do this without a wisp.
Oh.
Now I'm getting somewhere. That did it.
Interesting.
Another library door opens.
What have we stumbled upon? Oh. Wait, he's beneath here though. Jumping. Oh, he's down here. Okay. What are you doing?
Back, demon! No further! Isn't standing up to them supposed to work?
Let Lucanus go! Don't make us hurt both of you!
What's going on? Lucanus?
It's not Lucanus, it's the demon. It's taking him over. He's trying to leave.
Smells like jam and brimstone.
Rook, do something!
Spite, stop. You're not taking Lucanus through the Illuvian.
I could, if you'd move.
So you can take him where? Off a cliff or worse?
How did... Rook? Dash?
You tried to walk through the Illuvian in your sleep.
Spite wanted out.
I need coffee.
You okay?
Are you sure you're alright?
This could be better. It's hard for Spite to take control when I'm awake, so I try to stay awake.
You can't just stay awake forever. I think that would kill you.
I'll be more careful next time.
Can we talk to Spite?
We have to make Spite understand that he's endangering you.
He's Spite, not learning. He doesn't listen to anyone. Don't worry about it. This won't happen again. And thanks.
That's it? I can't go give him a hug? Let me swallow him or something.
What more can the gods do?
Let's make an anime pose. Let me put my hand above your head and lean into your personal space. All right, let's gather the squad.
It's the risk of the path we've chosen. Sorrow and anger waiting in abundance. Familiarity rarely dulls their teeth.
Right. Spend enough time as a warden and you'll see plenty of death. Thought I'd gotten used to it. But Weishaupt...
You blame yourself. If you'd been faster or fought harder. If you hadn't missed your best shot at the architect of all that misery.
You did your best. Both of you.
We all did. Just means our best must be better.
It will be. Next time, we'll be ready.
Count on it.
The babies are bonding.
Seems like you're getting along now. Better than before, at least.
Lucanus is still an assassin. Kills people for money.
And Davrin's still self-righteous. Judgmental, too. Typical warden.
If we let that get in the way of stopping the gods...
We won't. We cannot.
I need all of you at your best. No petty squabbles.
Returning from Treviso has put much into perspective. Our arguments, our personal problems, it's as Emmerich says. They hold us back.
We won't stop the gods while other worries weigh us down.
I'm pleased my words provided clarity on how we all felt. Now, if I may suggest...
Rook, I've been looking for you.
Something wrong?
Evka sent word. They found something.
Right then. Rest of you find Tosh and Nev. Let's go see what the wardens have to share.
Oh, brother. Welcome back, Bucky. Poor Emmerich didn't even get a chance to finish his speech. I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't talk to him yet. My bad. Yeah, I gotta talk to him and Tosh. I was doing that, then I got distracted. They're binding.
Hi, Emmerich. Oh, you've got a guest.
Ah, Rook. You remember the
I
Hand
thought it was
of
him
Glory?
sprawled out on the table.
Hard to forget. You figure out what those Venatori who broke into the necropolis were doing with it?
The Hand is how they broke in. The simpler undead are blind to its bearer when its tapers are lit. Sadly, only a death mage could have provided them with this forbidden necromancy.
If they're helping the Venatori, that has to stop.
Agreed. I've made some inquiries. This man is one of the death mage's victims. If he knows where this rogue necromancer is hiding, my corpse whispering will give us the answer.
Speak to the dead.
I don't know what kind of necromancy did this, but I can sense a bad end.
It was a cruel thing, a complete misuse of our art. The other Watchers are attempting to find his family, at the least. I must warn you, it will be harder to coax answers from this poor man than from the dead I spoke to in the necropolis. Let flame
His rings?
rekindle your sight. Let breath
I need those.
and light rise again.
Phenomenal.
Who did this to you? Eyes hidden, dust and gold.
Give us a name.
They come for this one. The spirits shriek. They come.
A name?
Blackthorn.
Return to your rest.
I just want to flirt with everybody. I hate it. Polymod win.
We've got to stop this. Whoever killed him wasn't gentle.
Wondrous and terrifying are the revelations of the dead.
I'm not flirting
Did
because
that
I
name
don't.
he said mean anything?
Blackthorn Manor is an abandoned country house outside Navarra City. Our victim mentioned spirits. If they've also fallen prey to forbidden magic, they'll need our help as well. Let's depart for Blackthorn when you're ready. I'd like to speak to the necromancer behind all this.
Not this time around. I'll start slinging my sling around next playthrough. Trust. Because if I flirt with Emmerich and then Lucanus dumps me, we're not even that far in our relationship. This is me, straight to my neck. So I can't. I don't have it in me to do it. I don't have it in me, nor. What's going on in here, Tosh?
Hey, am I interrupting?
Done in a sec. Morning ritual. The Darsam.
Those are the ropes people who follow the Kuhn wear?
We bind ourselves to remember
Take the rest
who
of
we
it
are.
off. What?
Tie down the stuff that's too dangerous to leave loose. My mother made me do it every morning before breakfast. I had big fingers. Used to take me forever. Avatosh. Shokratoebra. Only a beast is confounded by knots. A girl masters herself and the Darsam.
You can master me. I don't know what you're talking about. Congratulations. I'm so glad you did such a great job. I had to catch myself, almost said something. Something almost got said.
Looks like you got them under control eventually.
Yeah.
Rook, Tosh, glad I caught you both. The Grey Wardens found a cave that one of the Blighted Dragons uses as its lair.
Where?
In the Hosberg wetlands. There's no sign of the dragon itself, though.
I should check it out. We need to know how different the blighted dragons really are. They might turn into something like Gillenane's archdemon did. If there's a clue, I have to be ready.
Did I skip on the flirting? They do some debauched things. Yeah, I want. I really want to successfully romance Lucanus, but I'm afraid to flirt with anybody because I don't want him to. Huh? What did you say? Could you say it louder in my ear? Hold on, because don't look at me like that. Look at this form. Hold on. I am not giving you all that you guys deserve. Ah, tits. Did I not pin it? Hold on, I didn't pin something. Give me a second. Ah, don't crash, please. Oh, that scene is what you got with you and Tosh? Ah, okay. My thing just crashed. Stop being heinous. I have to do something. Oh, brother, give me 2 seconds. Something that was supposed to be quick is now not quick anymore. Ah, that's what I did. Okay. Why are we fighting? We as in me? All right, that should not have taken that long. Sheesh. Okay. Great Scott. Oh, the floor isn't invisible. I don't think she liked me eavesdropping. Such a little cutie patootie. Anyway. One day you'll turn me into Swiss cheese that I deserve to be turned into. I think I've spoken with everybody now. Yeah, okay. Yee.
We've gotten word from the wardens.
Have they found Gillenane?
Not yet, but they found something else worth killing. One of her blighted dragons.
The one that attacked me in Rathus?
No, the one from Treviso.
Damn it.
Where is it?
Hosberg, not far from Lavendel.
Je t'empérie.
So this blighted dragon just happens to lick its wounds near a bunch of wardens? Seems convenient. I don't trust it. Everyone's coming on this one, no exceptions. We need to put this thing down, for good.
This time, we've got a dragon hunter on our side. Right, Tosh?
Right. That's me.
A single dragon is still dangerous, and this one is blighted. Take care of each other and yourselves. Let's make it out alive.
I wish we had a relationship meter. You know? Oh my gosh. Listen. 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 I can't even say any words. I can't even comment on that. Just understand. So the way I look at it, Unlucky, it does do a little bit of. I, mm, it does a little bit of like catching up, but not from all of the games, and mainly Inquisitor. I can't talk. Inquisition. I would say to be less confused, because you'll still be a little confused, but not as confused if you play Inquisition first. I highly recommend at least watching the like a playthrough or the story of all the first 3 games. But like if you want to kind of get a little toe dip in, like watching Inquisition would help you not be lost, because this one is more connected with Inquisition. Like it directly ties to that. So yes, it's fun. Yes, you could play it without the other ones, but you would be lost on some stuff, especially without Inquisition. So, because there's some lore that I don't know because I've only played Inquisition. I haven't played the first 2, and I'm like, oh okay, oh okay, oh okay, and it's like if you played the first one, you'd know. So, it's hard to watch playthroughs of all the games because everyone's choices change their games. Oh, that's true. Yeah. I just know personally, I had trouble getting through Inquisition, but once I finally got through it, I was like, okay, great story. Hate the mechanics of that game. I almost feel bad recommending for people to go play it, but I know everyone doesn't have the same thoughts that I do when it comes to like the mechanics of it. Slim over there working his magical fingers again. We'll bring our Eiffel Tower with us this time. Huh? I said we love pears. What you talking about? Take me to the quest. But that aspect that Sabi said though is oh okay, you hate it too, okay. The few people I've told, I'm like, I hate the mechanics. They're like, this game was great. I'm like, well, you only played it 10 years ago. Shut up. Go play it back right now and tell me that your thoughts have changed. It can get rough.
Rook, you made it. Good.
Wouldn't miss it. We have unfinished business with that dragon. What's the situation out here?
Could be better.
I like how petite her
the
hammer
Darkspawn
handle is.
attack, then immediately withdraw. But they never hit the same place twice. They're testing our defenses for weaknesses. Darkspawn aren't supposed to be that smart. But it's not really them thinking, is it? Wise how?
Wait, I just noticed on the back of Emmerich, it's like the back of his hips where his little tie thing is brought together. It's the like backside of like a pelvis, like a skeleton. That's really cool. A little detail. I think they kind of do an okay job for the newbies, but you'd really have to study the codex stuff. Yeah. Has ever liked the actual fighting in any of the games, but love the story. Veilguard is a bit of the opposite. Okay, I see. This game really suffered from fighting the original writers and going through 10 years of revisions. I can understand that again.
Which left people terrified. No one signed up to fight gods. The first warden called it the blight to end all blights. He might be right.
By my count, Elgar'nan and Gillenane are the last two gods, aside from Solus. If we put them down, maybe this is really it. The last blight.
That... It's hard to imagine what that looks like right now.
First things first. Let's deal with that blighted dragon.
Right.
Yeah,
We've
9
tracked
months
it
is
to a
crazy.
ruined tower nearby. Probably
I know they
licking
didn't
its
get any
wounds after its
sleep.
fight with you. We've got ballistas ready with clear shots on the tower. But it won't come into the open. Already lost 11 wardens trying to pry it out.
Only another dragon can fight a dragon in a tight space. Anything else gets shredded. No room to dodge or keep your distance. We need to lure her out to have any chance.
How do we do that?
Get me inside the tower. I've got a call that'll grab her
The
attention.
nails. I
Works
love
for
it.
me. I sent word to
Stilettos.
the crows. Thought they might want another shot at the dragon. Besides, figured they owed you one after you helped drive it off the last time.
And?
Haven't heard back yet. We reached out to the Veil Jumpers too.
So you can hate?
But they've got their own problems with the
Spicy.
Venatori. Looks like it's just us.
Good thing we're improvisers. No giant face in the clouds this time, right?
Okay, here's where we stand. Wardens Joni and Rodri are keeping people out of the battlefield. I don't think anyone local will test their luck with a dragon, but we're taking no chances. They've already got orders to let you through.
Good. Rest of you can head to the walls. Give the wardens all the support you can.
Got it, Rook.
Good luck. To all of us.
How interesting. Yeah.
Wish we had a shot at the dragon that hit Minrathus. But I'll take this one. It's caused enough damage as well. I'm sure Lucanus would like the revenge.
Either way.
I keep thinking I should do something special to my arrows. Poison, magic, oh, explosives. Just never seem to find the time.
Okay, Blighted Dragon, we've got this. We can do this, not a problem. I just kind of want to throw up.
My baby.
I lost a lot of friends at Weishaupt. Gillenane's going to pay. Soon. For now, though, this'll have to do.
This can't be Weishaupt again.
It won't be.
Why'd I stop walking? No, wow.
Rook, I heard you were coming.
Dragon's right this way. Careful though, nasty creature. It's already killed 11 wardens.
11? You kept sending them in?
We already have first-hand experience with this dragon. We'll be careful.
Agreed. You'll find it straight ahead. Good luck, Rook. We're ready when you are.
She's still a dragon under all that blight. A wounded and angry dragon.
Meaning?
That lair is a death trap. She'll rip us apart. So we challenge her, draw the dragon out into the open, then attack.
Me
good.
hopping up on there.
Just make sure everyone is ready. Are you ready? Guess we'll find out.
Why do they have so much ass?
Just you and me now. Everyone, get ready!
Wardens! Ready ballistas! Wait for it. Wait for it!
Come on. Come on.
It's a voltaic! It's got neck tentacles!
Hit the wings! Force her to land! Second detachment! Flank on the walls! Let's go!
I missed the good moment. You know?
We got it out of the tower! Ready to fight. From up here. Keep it busy down there.
Go for the leg. Oh, my leg. I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm not saying anything else.
I see them. Still a lot of fight left to go.
Get in there.
Bring this thing down. Starting to ponder. Give it everything you've got. It's not getting away this time.
Let's go. Uh-oh, heal up. Good. Nice. Giant lizard cat. Come through fierce.
Press the attack! Bring that first one down!
Not the tentacle to the mouth. Oh, what are you doing here? I thought you were gonna pull them apart.
Mortals, you defied me at Whiteout, stole my archdemon. I will have blood for that. Be healed, my pet. The blight grants you new life.
You nasty bitch.
Bring me their bodies once you are
Oh, brother.
That's the dragon that attacked me.
Oh, you about to double tag me two at the same time is crazy work. I didn't consent to this.
I came to Whitehouse bearing gifts.
Bear these nuts.
In ignorance, you reject this world's salvation. One dragon or two, doesn't matter. We can't lose here. We won't lose here. Ah!
Hey, you don't let me finish eating this one over here. Back up.
We thought you could use a hand.
Hot.
Fire!
Look at his spit. Hot. That's crazy. Yeah, right through the neck is wild.
You're late. Yes, but we brought gifts. Poisoned ballista bolts. Guaranteed to solve your blighted
You
dragon.
can poison me with your ballista boat.
Let's bring them down, Rook.
Kidding. Oh, I'm ready. A16. Hey, you better not die. Hey, let's go. You up there still talking, running that funk booty mouth of yours up there. Shut up. I got adult things to do right now. All right. Let me kill your stinky dragon. Okay. And then we'll handle you next.
One target down.
Nice. Nice. Now why is my oh, I'm out. Ooh, get in there. Did I get it? Ah. It's just me. What is it? I did that. Sure. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Lay it down. Lay your head down tonight. Got another cutscene. Show me something. Did I kill it? Don't let it get away. Shoot it. Oh, it's gone.
Got it. Confidence, eagerness, all for naught. You think that blight is death? It is raw potential, a perfect tool of creation.
Don't stab her in her heart.
She's reanimating the dragons! We have to stop her!
Ugh, all that slime. Disgusting. Ain't no way I'm that strong. Put it in her! There you go. There you go. Hit her with another one. I don't think that one went deep enough.
Killian's wounded. Press the attack.
Put another one in her. You're gonna get everyone killed.
Sister, do not be blinded by righteous anger.
They stole Rosakel from me, Algernon. My greatest creation.
A thrall is easily replaced. You are not. Without you, the blight is a brute weapon. Only your hands mold it into life.
The mortals deserve worse. But we have crucial work in Arth.
After it is complete, one resists.
The Dread Wolf's influence. His presence lingers.
Ever defiant. For now.
He's pulling his cock out!
You know what lesson I learned again today?
What's that?
Never bet against Rook. You can find the twisting path through any problem.
Unfortunately, Elganon's taking the field allowed the gods to slip away.
We came to kill a dragon, yes? And instead, we killed a bear.
That took 2 of the gods' pieces off the board.
And we have our revenge, as does Minrathus.
We won the day. Can't take that from us. But the dragons are only weapons. The wielder is still out there.
How do we find them? The gods, I mean.
First of all, you're gonna leave my man alone, Savi. Secondly, yes, Slim. Yes, she is. Third, I gotta look it up. I know that is Dorian's voice actor. He can't hide that. He has a very distinguished, like, too recognizable of a voice to not be him. It's him. Secondly, fourthly, what number? Fifthly, I don't know, 78. Why he kinda diabolical in a way.
Gillanane's the key to their plan. Elgarnon said as much. And Gillanane mentioned Arlathan.
When was that?
After Elgarnon cast his spell. I was close enough to hear them. Didn't you say
know,
the Veil Jumpers have trouble out there, Evka?
Yeah, with the Venatori. Feels like more than a coincidence.
You'll still need to hunt them down. The gods could be anywhere in Arlathan Forest.
The Veil Jumpers can help us narrow the search. We help with their Venatori problem. Then odds are good we find the gods' trail.
Good luck. We'll keep watch here.
Yes, much to do. If you have time for Lavendel, there's something I could use help with.
We lost a lot of wardens today. After Weishaupt,
what did he help with?
We need to be stronger than this to face the gods.
But we'll do what we can. We always do.
Such a V build going on with the
all
face.
The way to the end.
Can't stop looking at it. Part 9. I wonder if this is like an 18 or 20 part thing.
So that's Elganon, huh? I didn't think it was possible, but we got lucky at Weishaupt.
We were
He always have his
fortunate
wood in his
Elganon and
hand.
Gillanane disagreed on her
You
attempt at vengeance. But why did Elganon let us live? We were at his mercy.
Like, it's insane. Everybody. No, because you don't perk me. You better be glad I can't pan this camera over right now. The way that he always is holding his wood, like he's always carving it every freaking scene. And even just then, he just had it lazily. Like, sir. You know, that's I can't even talk. That's them saying that's what he, you know.
Solus worries him. Maybe even scares him a little.
Why? Solus is powerful, but nothing close to Elganon.
It's not just about power. Solus has messed up Elgernon's plans before. Nothing's bigger than dragons. But they're clever enough to take flight once they smell danger. Elgarnon smelled danger.
Whatever the reason, we made it through. And this time, no dragon escaped.
Thanks to Tosh.
That's why we recruited her.
Actually, Tosh uses them for themselves now.
They asked us to let folks know, so now you do.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Thank you for telling me. That's why we recruited
Hot.
them.
So what's our next move, Rook? Arlethan, right? Help the Veil Jumpers?
That'll put us on the gods' trail, but we need to be ready for the fight once we find them. Which means we need to help our allies be as prepared as possible. The 8 of us can't face gods without help.
Elganon's arrival certainly puts a dreadful emphasis on it.
So we help our allies.
And track down the gods.
And maybe deal with our own crap when we've got time.
Docktown has problems.
Look, the mission's still the same. Stop the gods.
Which means?
It means we offer to help the Veil Jumpers with the damn Venatori. Then we figure out what our other allies need, and help them get it.
And us?
I need you focused and ready to face impossible odds. So tell me what that will take. We've got work to do.
This is so stressful.
So Elganon finally showed his face, huh?
Now we've got to deal with both gods. And Elgarnon showed everyone he's more powerful than Gillenane.
You play the hand you're dealt, right? No matter
Let's
the
go. Welcome
odds.
back, GG. Glad you're home safe.
True in both life and games of wicked grace.
People died, Varric. My team's still not at their best. They're trying, but their own problems are getting in the way.
So deal with those. You'll strengthen your own hand and weaken the gods at the same time.
Why would helping my team hurt the gods?
The type of people your team's having problems with, they want power. And the gods have plenty of it. Those types will crawl over to the gods and see what's on offer. And the rest? They'll just keep making your job harder.
Help my team to save the world, then.
Right. And your other allies, too.
We've taken down an archdemon and 2 blighted dragons. That's impressive. We even made Gillenane bleed. Twice. We have to keep up the fight.
You've got this, Rook.
Soulless talk win.
Just fight one battle at a time.
Soulless talk win. Soulless talk win. Ooh. It's reinforced.
I wish I could get moving. I hate being stuck in here.
I'm weak. Got a few bounces on it.
Hey, good. I wanted to ask you something. My mother and I have a weekly dinner thing. I was gonna meet her in Ravane. Wanna come? Fresh food. And I want her to know you're good to work with.
Sure.
How cute. Okay. Gonna have dinner with Tash. Oh wait, do I need to speak with Emmerich? Oh. Oh, what are you all in here doing? Wait a minute, you just having a little kumbaya. What does Leon say? I forgot. I keep trying to kumbaya by the bonfire or whatever. I don't know. You're just having all this fun without me? That's my room, I bet. My room to commune with Solus.
Careful with that.
But of course.
It's the only lead I've
With
got.
what? What are you holding?
My dear Davron, I'll be as careful with this cloth as if it were burial silk from the Storm Age.
Oh, okay.
And this will be so instructive for Manfred. Ah, Rook, just in time.
Are you holding your meat in the fire, Emmerich? Let's talk about this.
Need some help?
Give it a minute. We'll see. That piece of cloth I tore off the Gloom Howler back at the cauldron still has some of its blood on it.
And now, through the application of necromancy, perfected by the
right.
Watch through years
Say less.
of meticulous...
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what the Gloom Howler is.
Rather, discern its nature.
How?
By setting it on fire?
Patience. To discern, one must sometimes destroy. Ah, yes, of course. How interesting.
What is it?
It says this was elven blood. This was a person.
What? But it howls.
A corrupted person. Not always a monster. And something else. Deathsel. I'm unfamiliar with the meaning.
An elven word. For covenant. Like a promise. or
Really
blood.
5 hours, but I'm not counting.
I think I get it. An elf who took a vow, then gets blighted. An elf who knew about griffins and Warden's secrets.
Almost as if...
It was a Warden.
Interesting. We have a lead, though.
I know this is bad, but it means we have a lead.
Yes, but one that points within.
If Weishaupt knew about it, they never told me. Something else is going on here. I'll put out the word, call in favors, see who might know more. But thanks for your help, Emmerich. You, discerned well.
My pleasure.
Why does Elvora have what eyes? No. She has heterochromia. That's what it's called. Beautiful like. Yo, why did I pan over and they're just like, why are you still in here? We're having a moment. Even Manfred's like, we were having a moment. Can you not? I'll leave. My bad. It's all, I wish they would say something. I know they're kind of like, oh, Rook wants something, but like, I just want to eavesdrop. I just want to listen into your secrets. You don't even know I'm here yet, do you? Right? 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 He's such a little cutie patootie. I'm so glad my eye tracker is not on. You know how criminal I can't jump. You know how criminal you know how criminal all the evidence would be against me right now playing this game. Astronomical. You can stack it up so high. You can climb into the 3rd story. Maybe. 6 for hello? I beg your most pardon of pardons?
What are you doing?
The wisps are drawn to something around here. The boxes are baited with notes, baubles, things they steal.
Maybe they're drawn to you.
They've been seen here when I'm not. There's more to it.
I like wisp.
I could use a break, if you need extra eyes.
Knock yourself out.
riveting case we've got here.
I follow the leads I've got. What? You don't like a good stakeout?
Wait, are you guys talking about Davern or Emmerich or both? Or all of them? Who are you talking about? I think I missed some context there. Davern? Okay.
Maybe. If it comes with the story.
You got something in mind?
All right. Best stakeout. Go.
I once spent 9 days in a cramped attic keeping tabs on a suspect. He was posing as an Orlesian street mime.
That's your best stakeout?
You know, his show wasn't half bad. Plus, the attic was over a bakery. Best pie in Voldormer.
Can wisps measure up?
Got something.
We are that good.
Empty.
Hi, Verby.
We're still good.
We're catching with. Where's our boyfriend? I'll talk to her real fast. Welcome back. Oh, she's across the way. I still get so like turned around sometimes a little bit. Just a whittle. Blood man. What you got for me?
Meet me in Ravane? I've got sparring practice with the lords and I could use the sea air. So could you.
You know, that sounds quite nice.
All right then. I'll see you soon.
Wee. Oh.
Oh, hi, Brooke. Can I ask you a question? Actually, never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay,
Too late.
you're
Worry about
several
it.
lines ahead of me here. Let's start with me saying, hi, Bellara.
Right. Okay.
I like the earrings.
It's just, you know, the elf thing. We're fighting our gods. Our gods. It feels a little surreal, and I know surreal.
Yeah, it's an adjustment. Whole lot of elven customs are feeling kind of weird right now.
I'm worried about our people. Or more like how other people see us. Maybe people don't trust us. Maybe they shouldn't.
We aren't, you know.
Our gods aren't us. We can't judge people by their rulers, especially if those rulers are tyrants. Elves haven't been like that for centuries.
That feels too easy. Like we're not taking responsibility. And I don't know, I feel guilty. Anytime I think about it, really.
So who's that helping?
Who's what helping?
Feeling guilty?
Well, no one, I guess, but then what should I do?
Gonna plow through everything and so I can get the damage so I can fix it. The first beginnings of that statement, I was like, yep, and when we get a polymod on Dragon Age, we'll do the same thing, but you're talking about something completely different. Never mind. I take it back. Just kidding.
It'd be easy to pretend that stories about the benevolent elven gods were true. But we know they weren't.
So what do we do? To make up for them, I mean.
Be honest about our history, but also about who we are now. We're more than our ancient past.
Is it that easy, though? Just being honest?
Honesty's hard
I
work.
would think so.
But it's the right kind of work. It's important work.
Right. I get it.
Oh, he's coming.
It's
don't worry.
hard.
He's coming.
All of it's hard. But I feel better. A little bit, anyways. Thanks for talking to me and listening to me.
You're welcome. Always.
Hey, anytime. That's what I'm here for.
Right. It's a good thing to be here for. See you later, Rook.
Bye, Belara. Kick it in.
Demon's back.
I don't think he ever leaves, actually.
Then he's acting weird.
Smells like melon and wood smoke.
Hey! No! No! Sit your ass back down.
I'll handle this. Maybe
But
make
I'm
sure
so
the-
tiny.
Now we get to talk.
You want me? Well, I guess we can have a discussion. All three of us. Let's have a chat.
When demons say they want to talk, that usually means they want to bargain.
Lucanis made a deal he hasn't kept.
What deal?
Break our chains, kill, escape our prison, and live?
Isn't that what happened?
No, I want out.
You know?
Out to where? To Vinter or Lay? Nowhere's safe for a possessed man.
No, no, he promised. Tell him, make him. Rook?
You were sleepwalking.
Spite was sleepwalking.
He didn't go anywhere. Nothing happened.
I didn't want you to see that. Again.
All right, so we're finally at that point. Crazy that it all cuts it off, but okay. I don't mind. It's fine.
Nothing I'm seeing makes me want to look away.
How do you always do that?
Do what?
Break apart my perfectly gathered clouds of doom. You deserve better than to deal with my mess.
Stop telling me no, game. Yes. I'm gonna gargle that man like the mouthwash he is. Let me do the romance. But are you sure? Are you sure you're sure? How many times must I say yes?
You're more than what you're going through. And you wear it well.
This isn't a good idea.
Sometimes a bad idea is better.
You like to walk a little too close to the edge.
So do you.
At least I know I'm doing it. I need to clear my head. Excuse me.
running? Why are you running?
I need some more rice. Let me stretch my legs. You guys talk amongst yourselves. See, that's not what I was thinking. I was assuming I had to walk through and like process it. I was assuming they were gonna get close and Tosh is gonna be like, I'm still in here, you know. No, not at all. My feelings are hurt. Why was he so like why was he so Jeez. Jeez. Let me go jump off a cliff real quick. When did Tash walk out? Wait. Let me live in my land of Delulu. Well, at least now we know when we get to the point of romance, it lets you know. Hey, you're about to lock yourself in. Now we can go do missions. Great Scott. Jeez Louise. I'll make it easy for you. You know. You know. Hands where I can see them doesn't apply to move. You gotta say hands up because if you can see the hands, it doesn't mean they're gone. Ah. You can see him if you just look down. Oh my gosh. I can't. I'll bring these two sleuths with us. That's crazy. I guess I probably should have what's her face with me.
With Weishaupt gone, it'll only embolden the gods to make.
I've made enough mistakes in some Dragon Age games doing people's missions without them. I won't continue those.
Strife, I got a tip there might be trouble here in Arlethan.
You're just in time. We've got a problem.
I was out with a scouting party, and we spotted the Venatori moving into the area.
They're being directed by Elgernon or Gillenane. They have to be. The Grey Wardens warned us the gods were heading to Arlethan. But why bring the Venatori?
We don't know. That's where you come in.
A few less Venatori in the world is a good thing.
Or a lot less Venatori.
I'll give it a rough location where we sighted them, but you might have to search beyond that.
They want something, and we need to know what they're up to.
I'll find out what it is.
Feel free to take out as many of them as you can. This is our forest.
You got some good loot
Get
in
all
here?
your god-killing implements right here.
I don't see anything cute. No. Oh, she like this. You can never stream you playing Baldur's Gate between the hour-long organization in your pocket spell bars. You know? Some people like looking at people organize. That's one of the cool things with Resident Evil 4, the OG, the old one. The amount of time people would spend organizing their case. So much so that someone made a game that is literally just you organizing things in your case. Come on now, baby. Wait a minute. What do I do every time I play Baldur's Gate? What am I doing? Sitting in the inventory looking at clothing. If you were to calculate how much I'm actually playing the game, that's an irrelevant statement, and you know that, Verby. Yes, thank you for that. I'm definitely gonna look at that. I think I remember getting the notification, but I wasn't home, and I forgot to look at it. And then because I tried my best to not play any games, you know, I was like, oh, I see.
Safe travels.
No, but like, that's there are other games that are played like that is more or less what I'm getting at. Don't let this be the reason you don't do something. If you genuinely want to do it, someone's gonna watch. Trust. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Okay, come through, Fit, with the cane. I see you. Okay. Okay, what you got going on
Keep
there?
an eye out for Venatori. Scouts report they're in.
Can you help? There are veil jumpers in the forest who have been gone too long. They were searching for relics. With the recent troubles, they could use a protective escort to bring those relics back to camp.
I'll make an OnlyFans.
I'll start the search.
And I'll stay here, in case someone shows up.
Venatori. As a
It's insane. I forgot how much it's actually found. Great Scott. God dang it! I did all this and didn't unlock any of these titty sprinkles. That's so much. I don't want to walk. No. Stinky.
This place makes the back of my eyes hurt.
This was the center of a war between Tevinter Magisters and ancient elves. Blood magic everywhere. The Magisters destroyed Arlethan City. That kind of magic leaves an impression.
One thing that's kind of funny, there was this TikTok, I guess this couple dressed as Solus and the main character for, Silas, gosh darn it, and the main character for Halloween, and he picked her up and held her on his arm like he was a giant. I was like, W cosplay? That's cool, whatever, you know? Lucanus made it back yet. I used to, oh no, we're okay.
Let's see if we can figure this out.
It's pimple, I pop. What the?
What happened here?
Nothing good.
Let's look around, see what we find.
There was another. Number one. Hello, friends. I had the hiccup. I just knew he was gonna. I mean, you know, everybody isn't a Astarian, and I get that. Everyone is just gonna whip their meat out every chance they get. Especially in the beginning of a relationship. You brought the tears in us. Oh no. Hey, come on now. You know how I feel about angst. Let it build. I don't care if it takes 87 chapter and the 88th chapter is it, and then the 89th chapter is the end of the book. Fire story. I'm sold. When I get back to writing, that's what's gonna be. Everything I write is gonna be a slow burn. Nothing is. I'm never gonna just give it to you. You're never gonna get it. It's always gonna be a slow burn. Trust. There are teasers, but it's always gonna be a slow burn. Fair indeed.
Evelyn was right.
Yeah, bro was at least like 6'9". Now I'm thinking he was gonna hold smash me. So you better. I think I stepped in something I shouldn't have. Oh, what?
A body here. Something attacked
Why is your
them.
foot on the back of his
Whatever
neck?
It was, it went that way.
I'm weak. Like body hair stands on the back of his head. Right. It's funny because so many, when I used to watch K-dramas when I was in like high school, early college, because I liked that they didn't just give it up. It was always like a super slow burn, and it'll be really funny. Because then I go back and like watch some show with like a relative or cousin or something, and like first second episode they're raw dog banging, and I'm like, that's insane. What? Disgusting. Where's the build up? You only just met. Ah, I fit through now. Wee. It's a weird back shot of it. Sick. I love that for real.
This is where Taynor was headed. There's blight here. She didn't mention that.
Could be new. Blight spreads fast.
Stinky. OBS, are you good? It said not at all. Not at all. That's why you didn't like Bob Bridgerton? They're like the second, that's like the second jump scare. Oh, pop. Equilibrium with Matt Damon. No, that's Elysium, never mind. Never mind, it's Elysium, wrong movie. Oh, I'm thinking of Elysium. I have seen Equilibrium. I'm trying to think, who was in that? That one, oh, who was that? Christian Bale, who diabolically did a fantastic job voicing Hal. I'll never forget the betrayal I learned when that was him. Because I'm not saying he's not attractive, but he's not someone I'm like, ooh. But hearing Hal and then realizing after the fact that that's Christian Bale really kind of messed me up. I can't even hold you guys. I was like, how dare. Immense eye twitch, what do you mean? Explain. You know, I started talking. What am I doing? What am I even looking for right now? I just got so discombobulated for actually no reason. Oh, look over here. I guarantee you it's an easy way up, and I'm just being stupid. I'm like, who's fighting? Yeah, there we go. I'm like, it exists. There you are.
Aura. didn't make it. But it seems he managed to destroy the relic. Taynor and Gus must be out here somewhere. We'll keep looking.
We test the might of my mighty ankle beat. I like how stepping in a blight doesn't cause you like the most diabolical, immense amount of pain. You know? Not like you've been blighted. And it just, you know, oh, hello.
Wait.
Hey, yo, what are you?
That's Taynor.
All right.
I'm so sorry, Taynor. You didn't deserve this. One more Veil Jumper to find. The tracker, Gus. Let's hope we can still save him.
Oh, we already got all that. Okay. Ugh, a hole full of blight. Fuck. It's a blighted hole. It's disgusting. Yeah, a new thing. FBI, open up. How intriguing. Thank you. Give me the loot. Alright. Now we head towards I still didn't get whatever this is over here. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm missing jumpers. Am I going that way? Night, Barbie. Thanks for hanging out with us. For the sake of my curiosity. Aren't you trying to squish me? So dramatic for what? Alright, go back this way. Go back to these little missions. Scary plant.
What's that there, by those bushes?
Hmm? How about this? Oh, we found it.
A collar? This says Gus.
Make it more red.
Wait. The tracker Taynor talked about was a Nug. Oros' companion Nug. Let's get you home, little one.
Aww. Welcome backstage, Ron. You're. I don't think I need to go up there, right? Ah, it's a shortcut. It looks like it's below where I was. Doing pretty good, indubitably. But no, it's gotta be above where we are then. Right? That's this, right? Oh, that's a shortcut. Okay, okay. Ooh. I see now, I see. It's all coming together. Now, how to get to there? Is the question. Found some wood. I'm gonna get to like the end point of the game and be like, oh, I didn't know this is a thing. Craft some blah blah out of blah. Where is this? Okay, I'm kind of close. We're almost there. Toss the magical wooden stick. Wow, big temple. Got all of that?
And another body.
Let him just
Whatever
off
did
it.
this was on a rampage.
Is there another? Yes. It's the fact he did the whole anime over the shoulder thing I tried to jokingly do to him earlier. He said, Uno reverse. Oh. Lighted mayor. Well, I didn't do anything to you. You did this to yourself, big man.
You can talk.
And get juggled against that wall, too.
Good riddance. One less horror in the world.
Yeah. Blighted activities. Alright, can I not get up there from here? Like, I can't see. Have I been up here? I don't know. There's a lot of treasure. I would have collected all this. Lightning the road. Maybe I haven't. Huh. I see. Ah, there's a zip line to the other side. Oh, there you are. Okay. I see what I must do. Yeah, all I need. Ooh, I'll let it. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Watch out.
Oh! I think I'm cooked. Fight! Ooh, it blew a hole in the wall. I finally got the treasure! Yay! Because I was like, how do I get up here? Stinky! But we got it. Sausages. What the heck is that?
There it is. That's the Veil Jumper camp. Watch out.
Did they just die?
Just went off. What happened to that Veil Jumper? He was right here. Oh, this isn't good. We need to find him.
I'm weak. Did bro just get cooked? That's kind of wild. Well. You know? Happened to the best of them.
What's this?
A nest of some kind.
Let's clear it out. I'm sure the Veil Jumpers would appreciate it.
Ew, was it headless? I'm not about to find out. That looks crazy. Lucanus, are you good? Why are you moaning in my ear?
Whatever they were, they weren't natural.
All that has to be spat out in the same area. Wee. There you are. Wee! I'm here for the loot. Oh, what's going on down there? It looks a little nefarious. Alright, I got that. That's what that is. Oh, is it TikTok audio? Not me out of the loop. Let's see. Who's next? Go, go. Oh, I just have to go over here. Oh yeah, and I gotta bring that belighted nug home. there for the zip line. I'm there for the meat. I'm there for the big meaty one. I like how I do my finisher and everybody just scatters. They let me have my moment. That's kind of funny. Yeah.
That's the last of them. Good. Now what were they doing out here? Looks like they set up a camp. Let's take a look.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
I feel like you're just here for the zip line.
What?
All you do all day is go on the zip line.
Attacked. Targeted. But the zip lines are fun. That felt weird. Why did my nose ring just tickle my grill like that? Hello? Disgusting. Did you guys hear it? You can't hear it. It just went into one of the holes. You just played on the zip line. Enough. Oh, what's this?
Not sure what this is. Lara?
It's Dalish. There's a Dalish camp nearby. If the Venatori hit them,
They could be in trouble.
let's go. Now.
We're so selfless, you know? You know? Oh. Why'd she pop up like she was my mission? You said, we're not walking there? You're right. Woof! Oh, absolutely not. That's 98,000 meters away. Alright. We do this. Go eat, Moo. Wait. Spending time with your friend. Did you do something diabolical? Are you gonna pop? There you are. I like how unbothered they get. They're like, she's just doing that thing again. Ooh, but what's this way? More map. We'll be distracted later. I have a mission to focus on. I just forgot just that fast. Where the heck was it? There. That's kind of far. Stinky. You said I passed it? Oh, okay. I was already right next to it. All right. All right. Oh, look at all these little swirly swirls. Wait. Why couldn't I? Whatever. College bathrooms. I gave one of your grandmothers you couldn't find. I'm weak. Like what? About to throw hands in this Forever 21 right here. What do you mean? How so you selfish?
One of those magical relics the Veiled Jumpers were dealing with must be nearby.
Let's climb into the mysterious hole. Surely nothing bad will happen.
A spatial anomaly. We can't reach that Veil Jumper unless we find some way around it.
Balara, come
One relic
do that thing.
More to go. Hard to believe these things are causing so much trouble.
Look at the bird. I'm not gonna shoot them. I was just looking up. Oh, hey.
You saved me. I'm saved. I'm alive. I was working on the relic and then everything went dark and quiet. It felt like...
And it blew up on
nothing and nowhere. I'll catch my breath and make my own way back to camp.
There are others missing. We'll continue searching for them.
Yeah, just stay laying down right there. Don't stress yourself. I'm like, I think there was one over here. He's fine.
It's like another relic nearby.
Oh my goodness, it's a little baby. I'm hitting tab to freaking dodge, and that's not even the. I mean shift to dodge, and that's not even the thing. Did I already do this?
Abalas, Lethaline. And Asal and Ast.
Hi, sweet. Enjoy your workout. Not that taking half my health. Rude. Hello?
One of the missing Veil Jumpers. Let's get that barrier down. Must be a magical relic causing this.
Not need a booby trap.
Can anyone hear me? We're going to get you out.
Ooh, Teddy. Oh, well, hello.
I kept calling and calling, and no one came. It felt like an eternity, and the shadows were so dark. So dark. But I'll be all right. I'll make my own way back to the camp.
Boobies! I'm okay, I promise. I don't know what's happening. I don't have an explanation. Wait, what's the here? Of course. A locked door.
Is it weird I was cheering you on?
Sorry? Cheering me on when?
Oh, when you almost got Gillinane, I was thinking, go, Lucanus! I hope he stabs her.
Huh. I don't think anyone cheers for assassins, usually.
Right. And she's technically still one of my gods, so, you know, weird.
That's probably not what makes it weird.
He's so gentle. Oh my goodness. You know, I just know. I just know, you know. It's so far away. There's one more. Where is it? Oh, it's the other way? I hear it, I can't see it. I think it's just up there. Seen that girl eating a candied seafood boil? Ooh. Candied? Wait, no. What is that? No. Candied seafood boil? Like it's shrimp and stuff and lobster, but it's hard coated in a sugary candy coating? Why did this make me burp? Yuck. Oh, what's this? Not my weak jump. I'll get back up there. Try again. Yee. Oh. Secret hole. It was disgusting. Candied seafood boiled eggs. Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. I don't want to hear nothing else about that. Don't piss me off, please. Hello? Wait, why can't I let the ladder down? Oh, okay. Darn. You said more? Crazy. That's like, stop trying to make fetch a hip word. It's not gonna be. I beg. That's crazy. Candied. My stomach is hurting just thinking about all that. What's popping? Hello? Yeets me out the way. Imagine.
A pit of darkspawn. Let's clear them out.
Thank
God sent another of their champions here.
Oh, I didn't know how to down smash. You said ultimate? Jump him in. Jump him in.
Take your light with you.
What the? As I was saying.
This will open the way.
Oh, what is he sucking out of me? Oh, what is he? He's tethered! What is that? Get on fire. Bro is cooked.
That should take care of it.
What was he doing to me? Disgusting. Unnecessary climb. Ooh, you look fancy. Is that for me? We'll give it a whirl. My jam. Oh. Whose hand? Oh. Will you bite the hand that feeds you? Will you stay down on your knees? Look, what's that? Did I just fall through this non-existent hole? They really coded the hole right there? And I died? It's always to a hole. It never fails. It's always a hole. E freaking enough. Hold on, I gotta investigate. I'm like, what's this shiny thing down here? A hole of death. Non-gold stick. Totally worth it. You wish you what? Randomly fall into a hole? Diabolical. All I wanted was you. Alright. Let's go in investigation discovery. Oh wait, where was I going? Now I'm discombobulated. Also in the star and felt up you had a healing potion. Of greater healing, that is. I don't know, where does this lead to? I didn't mean to check that box.
You're not upset about taking a contract on your goddess? Even just a little bit. If I'd lived my whole life revering Ghilanane, I'd be upset.
No. Whatever we were worshipping, it wasn't her. It's what we were told she was. The Evanurus oppressed our people. Now we get to fight back. I feel pretty good about that.
Oh, good little conversation. So cutesy. So demure. I'm already there now. It doesn't even matter to teleport. Well, sound kind of suspicious.
I bet one of those magical relics is close.
Oh, not a two-piece knuckle sandwich.
Deactivate the relic and the barrier goes away. I think.
You think? That's exactly what'll happen. I mean, not jumping fast enough. Wait, did I didn't do that one over there? Interesting. Guess I didn't. Oh, I think I got here last time, but I didn't do it right. All I wanted was... How the freak do I get back? They said, you don't. Sick. I'm not singing it over and over again. It's not happening. We won't subject ourselves to that. Is that where it should be? I don't see any other potential points. Oh, what's that down there? Another one. I don't know what she's talking about. Do what about a hua? Wasn't there a thing for me to put a crystal at? Oh, nah. I too.
That's another one.
You got no loot in here? I'm kidding.
Oh, thank the creators. Did Elio send you? I have to talk to him once I return to camp. It's so odd. I've seen relics like that before. I know how they work, but this one, it was wrong.
I think that's everyone. Let's get back to Elio.
No, I want to see what's on this island. Did I build a bridge? Did I bet there? That could have been not good. Oh yeah, I can't make that jump. Ew. Yeah, there's another one. Oh, there's a... interesting. Oh, I see, I see. I think I understand the assignment. I see how the pieces fall together. Come on now. I was like, don't be the one that I'm standing on. Come on now. Hey, team, all you on? I don't see. What the heck is that? Big buddy. Anything worth hopping over there for? Nah, okay. What is this? Some loot. Is it up ahead?
That one of those magical relics is close. Got it.
Got it. Wait, where? Where do you mean? Imagine crawling in there and then it just collapses on you. Then you're trapped. Rook gets destroyed by some weird natural phenomenon. And not that of a diabolical battle. It's crazy because just like that, I'm lost. Oh, did I try this one? Oh, I didn't. Oh, would you look at that? How cute. So we'll just get back up there. See, and this is a cool little puzzle. Ooh, what's this over here? Have I journeyed to this center? Oh, I have not. Okay, okay. What are these baddies up to? I've been this way, right? Ah, I have. Okay. It's so gnarly how this all ties back to each other. I'm like, I've never been here before. And I'm like, I was literally just here. Literally just here. Level 31, I feel like a sweat. What is it, level 60, the max? I'm not used to these numbers. Okay, yeah. We've been this way. Okay. Great God. I'll find out how to twist that thing later. We'll come back to these. Right. Na, 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 na.
I hope Taenor's all right. I haven't seen her in days.
I got you with the nuts.
I found most of your friends, but one didn't make it. I'm sorry.
We all know the risks, but it's still difficult when someone gets hurt. There's one last relic out there we never found. If you come across it, be careful. I think someone's meddling with the magic in Arlathan.
I'll try to be safe.
I'll think about it.
That's Gus. I wondered where he was. Haven't seen Oros or Taenor in a while either.
I'm sorry. Gus was the only one I could save.
Oh, creators have mercy. Poor Gus. Do you think he understands? I suppose I'll look after him now. Oros wouldn't want him to be lonely. Thank you, Rook.
You're welcome, Sloan. Pretty blue hair. Next mission! Ooh. Wait, did I not do this? Hello? Oh, okay. Oh, let's give her a gift. Okay. Like, hello? I'll do that when we get back. We're gonna go do Emmerich stuff. I want to hear him more. And we can have both of our boyos together. Emmerich and Lucani. How fun. Ooh.
So, Blackthorn Manor. Let's hope that necromancer working with the Venatori is around.
There's a malaise amongst the spirits here. Some form of confinement. This must be the place.
Right. So why'd we bring that?
Oh, it's essential we have the Hand of Glory.
What is this, like, hand in front of the camera? I'm excited to use it. Come on now.
I never saw one in action during my Necropolis training.
Oh, I should hope not. The mischief a student could work with it chills the soul. The magic laid upon a hand of glory is complex. Whoever killed its donor left their mark.
So it'll lead us to whoever cut it off.
Precisely. Most likely the necromancer who's been helping the Venatori. It would have taken extraordinary skill to layer the involutions on this artifact. What a waste of talent.
See, whatever you just said, Savi, about whoever you just said about, unfazed. Because I just had the most insane, diabolical trash can thought that I will not share with the class.
Bet whoever owned that hand agrees with you.
We'll put an end to whatever's happening in this manor. That, I promise. Forbidden necromancy can twist spirits.
Part of the crew.
We must find this death mage and stop whatever they've done to them.
I just know. I just know. I might not be. No, I'm not about to make a comment about the rotting hand. No, I'm talking about Emmerich. Your Honor, I have something to say about Emmerich. I don't care about a hand. What? You know? Oh, well, hello. I bet it's dank in there. Him with his little perfect hair. It's the ear for me. No, I'm really curious. I'm going in. See, now when I don't want you to fall in the hole, you go in face first. How you like this? Oh, this is deeper than I thought. Hello? Man, this is a little convoluted. Oh, what the freak is? Oh, what the freak is this? He weak, it don't matter. He's not weak, he's still standing. Ah. Yeah, keep those ground. Yeah.
Did you notice? There are far fewer corpses here than there should be.
Where are they?
I suspect the necromancer in this place has already helped themselves to these crypts.
I'm just saying, I know with his little hair slightly out of place. You know? He seems a little meticulous. I don't know, like something about him is giving, you know, like pristine. Like, hear me out, okay? Hear me out. If wait, have you guys been seeing the TikToks or just those short videos? It's these two black guys. I don't know, there's like a little podcast or whatever they do. It's really funny. Not like podcast men, but like there's a guy with dreads and there's another guy who always has on his like Gojo shades or something, but they're like sitting across from each other and the guy's like, if, and dude's like, oh my God, please. And he's like, oh, what was what he said the other day that was so funny? Moose, shut up! No. Yeah, I will have you assassinated. Yes, yes. There was one he was like, freak, hold on. I have one because I send him the trip all the time because he laughed so hard at it. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I have to find it. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna show you guys this really quick. It's really funny. He's like, if you can't afford Microsoft Office, the guy's like, okay, yeah, you know, sometimes it's expensive. Hold on. I don't know why they're so funny to me. Because it's just so, like, not even out of context. Like, it's just random.
If I were to... Who are you?
Oh, that's music. My
How
bad.
did you get here? Through the door. Where's the other guy? What are you talking about? What do you mean what I was... The guy with the long hair, the dreads.
There was no guy with
What is going on here? I know you're in this
These
room.
two guys.
I know you're in this room.
Come
back.
Can we just...
Come back.
This isn't the
We need
exact
to
one,
do
but
this-
he's like, if Microsoft Office, I think that was the wrong video. Yes, here it is. Okay, I got it.
If I can't afford Microsoft Office,
Most people can't, but okay, sure.
then does that mean that I have to buy Macro Hard on Fire?
Is it cheaper?
He just asks random questions, but it's so funny. Oh, it's so good. I have another one where the one guy's like, if women, yes. Why don't men go through menstruation? The guy's like, I'm going to kill you. They're so funny. The little clips, those always brighten my day. I think there was one from the other day.
If
Yeah. If what? If what? No, not again, man. No.
If
It's just the whole, yeah. It's so stupid, but it's so funny. Oh man, you just saw them yesterday, yeah. If people in America smile, do people in Europe smilometer or something like that? Yeah. Oh my gosh. They're so good. All right. I'll get back into it. Oh, I'm not already caught up. There you go. Oh, Peach, you join us again. Are you up from your nappies? Wait, that was everything, right? We're done. Yeah, whatever I was saying about him, though, you know? If one teeth is a tooth and one geese is a goose, then is one sheep a shoop? Yeah. Another good one.
Well,
Yeah, I
if
feel
there's
like-
a rogue necromancer here, they forgot to lock the door.
The Hand of Glory's magic points inward to the northeast.
Let's go look.
How about you point toward the northeast? I need something to eat. I need something with sustenance. I think when I start getting hungry, my brain doesn't function properly, and it just be saying stuff. Don't pay me any mind. Maybe we won't post episodal YouTube. Maybe I'll just start doing highlights. But I have to find this conversation and cut it out. Oh, could this go higher? Negative, Captain. I'll investigate. Go. Surprised they don't say anything about me headbutting all the stuff in here.
Maybe there's a key.
Whoa.
These sigils. They can't be.
Yeah. After Tuesday, like I ate yesterday and I ate today, but it doesn't feel like I feel like I'm in the negatives because I went almost 2 days without eating. Like I feel like I'm eating stuff now, but it's just not doing enough.
I'm not a spellcaster, but any watcher can recognize a necromantic evocation.
Like I made a snack and I'm like, I could literally go to sleep right now.
Terrible behind this door.
Can you open it?
The door's seals are drawing on magic elsewhere in the manor, fueled by suffering.
Let's put an end to that and get this door open.
The hand of glory points to the northeast and southwest. Have you noticed anything strange about the Fade itself here?
It's not a necropolis, but I can feel the spirits stirring.
Yes, the veil's been deliberately thinned.
I feel like Lucanus may be out of his element and it's really like uncharacteristically quiet. It makes me nervous. Does he think I have something going with with Emmerich? Mayhaps. All these secret little holes. Whoopsies. Loot. My balance goes crazy. Now, why would you do something like that, girl? Why would you do that? Hit me with the Wii. This is not a Wii scenario. Hello. Not them Han and Hun behind me. This looks nice. I want to try it on. I want to try it on. Where to from here? Ah! Fine. Who's breathing in my ears? Alright. Oh no, what's happening?
No! What have they done?
This looks bad.
Sacrifices, both spirit and human.
And demons!
Sorry, Lucanus.
Now what?
I must free the spirit bound here.
Okay.
Someone's been harvesting their terror. Their souls. How dare they? What are they
Oh no. Deliciousness. I've never got a chance to try chicken adobo. I always hear about it and I'm like, you know, nobody's made me any.
has already weakened its seals.
Halfway there.
Ooh. Well, hello there. Ah, okay, I got the skeleton. I was like, what's on the other side? From my memory, everything was locked. Now it's unlocked. It ain't me if I don't break it.
No. Trust me, no.
I pray he believes you.
Sorry, what?
Spite asked if those self-lighting candles are good to eat.
Ask him if would. Never mind. Yeah, he said Spike was asking if the candle was good to eat. I find it funny how they treat Spike like he's Sukuna and Lucanus like he's Itadori. So it's really funny because how he has I would say pretty good control over him, but you know. Oh, I guess it's here. No. Or I can maybe just knock it down. Ah, you do it from somewhere else. I understand.
No one lives here anymore. Why?
No one knows why the Blackthorns abandoned their manor. Rumor hinted at a family tragedy. A perfect spot for our wayward necromancer to work unnoticed.
Look at how he just put that staff in there. Crazy. Do it again, slow motion. I want to see the details. I'm panicking so hard to walk this plank. It's crazy. Yay. Get some good snackies. You eat. Yay, I got it. Okay. Now we can leave. I just wanted to loot. Nothing more.
Another victim.
We've got demons again.
Lucanus, Emmerich, and Rook would be a perfect throuple. Because Emmerich can empathize and understand, or can hear and understand and possibly help Lucanus with his stuff, so I think I like that combo. Tosh is a welcome, friendly force, though. Because Tosh and Lucanus have a really like blend of interaction with one another. If I might say so myself.
Can you free this one, Everett?
I must.
Sound good?
What's wrong? Someone's been stealing the life, the essence of people who knew they were facing death. The effects persist. but the door we saw earlier should be unsealed.
Hope that necromancer we're after is behind it.
I was like, why did he moan like that? I thought it was a spirit. The note was Emmerich. Ignore.
All the seals have been extinguished. Excellent. Let's open that door.
Come now. We must go teleport. It's so bright in here. My eyes are like... Great Scott.
Someone's torn a path into the Fade. It's imperative we find and stop this necromancer from keeping the Fade open.
Mierda.
The door's locked.
It's the work of that rogue necromancer. They're already blocking our path. We must find a wisp to open it.
Hello?
I'll need a wisp.
Wait, was it changed? I should have done that so fast. Oh, it's literally right here. Okay. I'm like, hello, how do I get over there? Feels like we're rummaging through the underdissy right now. Whee. Thank you, little whiskey.
Onwards. Hand of Glory still points the way.
Ugh, all these hands, disgusting.
Has brought once helpless undead.
Me getting lit on fire.
They also found a reed. Spirit.
Listen to him praising Emmerich in the background. When am I gonna get a good girl? Enough.
That's the last of them.
Undead and a team. We must be getting close.
Our rogue necromancer knows exactly where we are. Why have they gone to such lengths to drain power from spirits?
Almost 8 o'clock? Send help. I'm well overdue for my next break. Oh, darn.
Down there. More victims.
I'll do it
I
after
don't see
this
that rogue
mission.
necromancer yet.
I suspect they're nearby. Let's inspect their handiwork.
We'll probably actually wrap it up in like an hour and a half. Like 9-ish. The world call it. Been here for a long time. Oh? Got them chained up. They look cute together.
Late as always, Professor.
It can't be.
But what else would one expect from Navarra's most eminent meddler?
Johanna Hesenkos.
You've met?
Oh, the Professor and I have known each other for ages. But only one of us realized the Watchers are no place for a mage with ambition.
It's the pose for me.
Hesenkos. Weren't you censured by the Watchers after defiling a tomb for experimental?
Complete and utter lies.
Yes, the same Hesenkos.
But this little pelvic bone thing, it's so cool. I keep missing it.
No. The stone knife in that lantern could permanently tear open the Fade here.
Correct. Only the foolhardy would shed blood near it in this state. So, let the Watchers mourn your pathetic death in the Fade, Emmerich Volkaren. Those that are left after my return.
That was so ugly. What?
No. What is she planning?
Emmerich, we okay to fight?
Yes. Johanna's knocked the lantern away with
We need to close it.
What did Hezenkost do to that spirit?
I'll try freeing it, but I fear the worst.
Loot. Must grab all of the loot.
Nothing. The spirit, its essence, is gone. Johanna's trapped it in her lantern.
Let's find her.
Thank you, Joanna.
There's no way out.
What do we do now?
The Fade always provides a way forward. We only need to search for it.
Then let's get looking.
Yes. I don't see that much loading stuff. No.
A candle. This wasn't here before.
Now, let me think. We're in a receptive eddy of the Fade, and since Johanna's spirit summoning has already focused its mana, do you recall the ritual we performed in the Grand Necropolis? Concentrate on that memory.
You mean when we were lighting candles?
Find some more, and we can use them to leave this place.
Okay. It all makes sense to me now. I have too many places to look. Anything is not up here. Oh, there you go. Okay, I'm like, hello?
Not. Here's that last candle.
Excellent. Place them on the pedestals if you would.
Aren't you speedy? How many wish? Ooh.
We drift. Let them form a new configuration. And with that...
Hello. Can you help me find a candle here?
I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry,
Let's
sir.
get back to the real world. We must find Johanna once we're out of here. This rift in the Fade will lie open until we deal with her.
Not the Fade with us, but Fade Ussy out. Hello. Get me out
You
of here.
insufferable nuisances! How did you get out so quickly?
Where's Hezenkost's voice coming from?
The Hand of Glory resonates. It's pointing to the main hall.
Let's go.
I can feel Johanna summoning hostile spirits. That portal into the Fade won't close until we defeat them.
I'll say less. I got an ult just for her.
So you crawled your way out of the Fade.
It's not difficult for those who treat spirits better than tools to an end, Johanna.
Sentimental drivel. You may have stopped my work here, but Navarra City will know its new ruler.
What, you going to lecture us to death now?
I'll not explain myself to one of Volkaren's hangers-on. Though the professor clearly avoided
what do you mean by that?
mentioning his old colleague in exile.
We made every attempt to bring you to reason.
I gave you every chance to join me instead of whining endlessly about your mortality. But I must
See, you can
thank
see it now
for
again.
returning something dear
He's
to
hit.
me. Lovely to have my hand back.
Step on it. Why didn't anybody shoot it? No hand for you, stink roach.
I'd exchanged it with the Venatori for some favors after entering this condition.
Johanna, what have you done?
What you never had the courage to.
Love that. He literally stands like a Starian. Right, why was it so animated?
First of all, I am not a hanger-on.
Right, you better speak on it.
Want to tell me why she has no eyes?
One shot is crazy. One shot is crazy.
It's over.
They said
He's pulling his cock out! We were successful.
crazy.
Johanna's magic no
That was
longer
bad.
changed the spirits, and the Fade is still.
Great. Okay. So
These
let's
look
talk
pretty
back at
good.
the lighthouse.
No, I want to check for loot.
At least we freed those spirits from their suffering. Shall we depart?
I guess so.
Let's get back to the lighthouse.
Gladly. Oh, the Song of the Chambers won't have anything on what Johanna's... Perhaps the Waking Scrolls? No. Manfred, have you seen the Fellmarch manuscript?
You and Manfred need an extra pair of eyes for whatever this is?
I suppose it's time I explained this mess. Johanna
Oh, it smells like
was a
library
watcher.
paper in
She
there.
was banished for embracing the darker paths of our art. Forbidden magic, blood sacrifice, nothing is beyond her if it leads to power, recognition, or both.
It sounded like you knew her before all that.
We were friends, once.
I guess it was a shock to see her back there then.
An unexpected reunion. It wasn't always like this. She truly was brilliant, and we got on so well as students. We partnered on papers, rituals, research. Yet even then, Johanna considered the Watcher's oaths quaint. This isn't the first time we've crossed paths since she was exiled, but now I fear she's turned herself partly undead.
Monstrous, tell me more. Oh, it's tragic.
Even after what she's done, I feel a little bad for her.
Well, undeath isn't always a disadvantage. But yes, you saw Johanna's Lantern of Unwilling Souls. A necromancer could create monstrous undead with that much stolen life.
Hezenkos was yelling a lot about conquering Navarra City.
We must stop her, Rook. Thank you, Manfred. Quite right. The Order's knowledge will see us through.
Hezenkos had been stopped. For now. But she had big plans for Navarra. City conquering, new ruler plans. And while she had some regrets about long-lost friendships, she knew her greatest invention was going to bring down the house.
The plot thickens. Bro, I was like, Rook? Give me that XP. Yay. Ah. Ow. Ah, Soleil. Soleil. Look at this. Look at this pose. Look at this posture. Enough. Yes. He's eating that up. I'm sorry. I had to get that moment. I had to get that moment. Hold on. Nasty. Oh my gosh, does he not kind of give got the little pout? Yeah. Doesn't he, if you just like don't think about some of his like style, if you just look at him, does he not kind of give Robert Downey Jr. a little bit? I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like the kind of droopy eyes. Also, Robert Downey always looks like he has bottom, what is it, mascara on or something, or eyeliner. Just a little bit. Just a little. He's serving. Noodles. I'm gonna go talk to my mans. Yay, what's going on in here? Okay. We have to go talk to the three of them over there, so. Easy the peasy. The lemon the squeezy.
Oh, Rook. Sorry, I mean, hello.
Everything okay?
I don't know. I don't think so. Yanarl is missing. And others, Strife told me.
What kind of missing?
They went back to where I met you. Where we found the archive. You know, just in case. It's been a week. No one's heard from them. And it's my fault.
It's not your fault, Balara.
Please, I need to blame someone, even if it's me.
But it's not, though.
Balara, they know what they're doing. It's not on you.
Isn't it? If I missed something, if that artifact turned back on, let's start looking where we met earlier, where the Veil Jumpers would have gone in. Might be another anomaly, or more demons. Well, let's just be ready.
Ready for what?
For anything.
She is. Peach is just living up her little
I'm
snacky.
ready to help out whenever you need me, I mean.
Okay. Next up on our chopping block. Next.
I've got a meeting with the Threads.
The Threads? What for?
I need leads on Aelia. I'm hoping they have something. Dharma said to invite you. Someone's on his good side.
Okay. I want somebody to flirt with Rook in front of Lucanus, and I want him to be like, no, she's with me. Little thing.
This smells amazing. Does all coffee smell like this? Or just the stuff you make?
Coffee has a distinct aroma, if that's what you're asking.
Sorry. It was really rare where I grew up. And expensive.
What are you doing in here, Harding? I'm not jealous. I know I have a lot of confidence in my man. First time for everything, you know?
Try everything once. That's what I say.
I want to, but sometimes I just like having what I like.
Nothing wrong with that. So, Harding, what do you think?
It's... delicious.
You don't have to pretend to like it.
I mean, it's good.
She said.
It's nice and warm.
Rook's right. You don't have to pretend. I won't be upset if you don't like coffee.
He really wouldn't.
I know, but sorry. It's just this thing I do sometimes.
Acting so people will like you?
It sounds terrible when you say it like that. I know I don't need to do it. I just do.
I read that it would taste better if he came. Hello? But you said if it came from his mouth. I think I need to just go to sleep. I'm reading everybody's chats too fast. There's a lot happening.
Well, everyone you know seems to like you, so
Great.
you're good.
Good job, Lace.
You must have been pretty tiny as a child.
Where'd that come from?
A tiny dwarven girl in a land of large human farmers.
Oh, yeah. I probably learned pretty quick that things worked out better if people liked me. If they agreed with me, or I agreed with them.
Some people like cream or sugar in their coffee.
Maybe coffee just isn't my thing.
I could not be normal. There is no way I could be normal. There is no way. Listen. Ain't no way. There is no way I could be normal when this is what's staring. Having coffee, did you see how he was looking during the way he just looks during conversation is crazy. Can I have your the way he holds eye contact in conversation is really wild. Get me out of here. I'm jumping right now. This too much. Oh, wow. Would have flashed him.
Rook, something's come up.
Gotta
Edgar
see
dug
it, it's your
around
hand.
and found us someone who knows more about the Gloomhowler.
Anything useful?
Our new friend wants to talk in person. Figured you'd want to come along for this one.
Hey. Yeah, there are so many scenarios when just talking to people, I would be like crumbling under pressure. Lucanus would have a field day. Bro would be just a heaping lump of laughing flesh when it was all said and done. We do huggies. We do good, baby.
Fire and ice, light and blood. Another blow to the gods' dweller.
I'm not hitting it twice. Oh, I didn't think about doing the armor. I haven't spoken with Tosh nor Varric. Hi.
2 dragons at once. That'll give me free drinks with the lords. Now we find
Oh, we gotta go to your house
for the gods to blight and hit them with an axe.
You said I can sit down. You said I can take a seat. Never mind. Why are we so like deranged? We're just so debauched. The most dehydrated I've ever seen.
Chuckles put his hideout in the
Especially out of myself.
His favorite weird, awful, creepy place.
Can I go talk to him? I feel like it's been like 2 months. What is the time span? Can we just chat? He said, I said no, freak. Fine. No, it's not weird though. I mean, there is an amount of eye contact you can like hold with someone during conversations, let them know that you're like interested in stuff and like listening. But then there's the way that Lucanus holds eye contact in the game. Even like with the way other people look at Rook when they talk, whenever Rook is talking, it's very much like listening intently, but like Lucanus is doing the Astarian thing where they're like looking through their eyelashes, and it's like, okay. Whatever mission we just debriefed has immediately been deneuralized from my brain. I don't even know why I'm here anymore.
Wow, thank you.
You liked it, I think. Maybe. Mayhaps. All right, now we do a mission. Yeah, it's okay. I tie my hands up to a chest so I don't fall that way. Yeah, we're gonna do Sasha stuff.
You're late. And you brought a guest.
I hope I'm not putting you out.
No, this is Tasha's home as much as mine, even if she does not visit very often.
I don't smell the Iskop. We always have Iskop on Tuesdays.
I am not yet finished with my studies. I thought you would help me tonight.
And by help, you mean do it all. You haven't even chopped the melons.
You swing axes all day. Do you lack the strength to chop a few melons? The runes on the tablet are written in the old Kunari tongue, but they are incomplete.
So they never finished it?
No. It is clearly finished, but parts of letters have been hidden somehow, rendering the tablet unreadable.
All right. Let's see. Sorry about that.
What if it's got some kind of secret code so that only the right people can read it?
That is unlikely. I have studied the first expedition for decades. I have never seen the writing encoded.
What do you mean, the first expedition?
Your history teaches that Kunari landed on Thedas 300 years ago, in the Steel Age. This is true, but incomplete. Almost 1,000 years earlier, the first expedition came only to vanish. They were Kunari who predated the Qun itself. That is what I study.
Here, food's ready.
This is not Iskop.
Wasn't feeling like Iskop. We're in Ravane. Might as well eat like it.
I see.
What is it? Raw meat? What is it? What is it?
The new bookshelf should be here next week. Got him for you with some of the gold from the dragon.
You need not trouble yourself. My studies are clearly of little importance.
Okay. Bye. Thanks for coming.
I love the
She's
eyeliner.
she.
It's so cute.
You haven't told her yet.
I was going to. Then we got here and she was like that.
There's no hurry.
You'll do it when you're ready.
Maybe you could tell her?
Well, if that's what you want.
Nah, she'd kill you. I'll tell her. She deserves to know.
This isn't about her. You do what's right for you.
Thanks.
Ah! I always screenshot too slow. I always get these cute moments. I'll get it back whenever I'm editing. I wish they would have shown us eating together. Could have had some cute What are you guys doing? I want to eavesdrop, not be stuck on a corner. There you go. What we talking about?
You'll find them, the other Griffins. I know you will.
I appreciate your faith in me. Hope it's not misplaced.
It isn't. I've seen it. The way you care for Hassan, you teared through 3 archdemons for him and for his family. So I know you'll find them.
True.
Means more mouths to feed.
That was just ad-libbing, my bad. Cutie patooties. Who would you guys like to... So, like, I'm obviously going for Lucanus, right? Who would you like to see couple up? Like, what do you think would be the, like, oh, let me go talk to them. What do you think would be the, like, ooh, these two would be good together, these two would be good together, these two would be good together? What would that look like to you? Because I feel like Tosh and Davern would be cute. They're like animals. But also, I don't think I mind Valara. And
Is that Zara Renata? This place isn't big enough to keep every corpse you guys find.
Zara spoke to Ilario before she died. Emmerich can talk to the dead. I have to know.
I wouldn't have offered my skills if I thought it was unsafe. Let flame rekindle your sight. Let breath and light rise again. Tell us about Ilario della Morte.
Martyrs. He fooled us both.
Elaborate.
You took what he wanted most in this world. More than coin, pleasure, family.
The title of First Talon.
wow. I knew he smelled fishy. Little stinker. Jealous of Lucanus. That's why his meat bigger too. It's crazy. I didn't say that, I'm just joking. Jealousy's an old story.
Ilario had you imprisoned and tortured for a promotion?
The job was to kill you. But this one doesn't waste those with potential.
Yeah, that's not any better.
And Katerina? Did Ilario hire you to kill her?
No.
Ilario used blood magic to control spite. How? He's not a mage.
Our risen god gives many gifts.
Elgernon? Ilario's working with Elgernon?
Her spirit strong. Haste would be appreciated.
Let her go. We've heard enough.
Dang.
I'm sorry, Lucanus.
So am I.
What are you going to do?
Take away everything from him.
Take me on the mission. That's wild. Sometimes it be your own people. Thank you, Professor.
I hope it comforted Nev to see the
Bro, we're never gonna get anything freaking done in this game, I swear. Never gonna get anything done. That's wild.
that ravaged Minrathous brought low.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm like, you know, using Speak with the Dead, you know, they can't lie. They can try all they, you know, try as hard as they want. It's gonna come out that you answer to your question, unless this doesn't work like that. Unless they can lie, which hopefully is not the case. But we're gonna go rock some stocks.
Hey, Rook. Come to stare into the fire. I've heard that helps people think. Can't say I've had luck with it.
I like she's warming up to me. She's not as angry anymore. Bloop. You okay, Pookie?
Rook, if I could, I want. Forgive me. I'm not certain what I wish to say.
If you could, what? You want what? What do you mean? We can have a discussion. We can have this discussion over some coffee. He's trying to speak words. He has a lot going on though, so it's totally fair. You know, you don't have to spell it out just yet. I think I've seen everybody except for Harding. Oh, and Tosh. Yee. No. Yeah, we'll pop in.
Why are there so few books about the Titans?
Mm. Hi.
Hey, remember the dragon we were talking about with the lords? Veiljumpers sent word. She's in Arlethan Forest. Destroyed a village and turned it into her new lair. I've got the location from the Veiljumpers. We can go whenever you want.
Funky. I want to do this mission with our boo thing, so we can go be diabolical for a little bit to progress his stuff. Oh. Or maybe it's not a mission yet. Hi, what? Welcome on in. How the heck are you? Who did this? Oh no! I'm sorry, what? I hate that so much. I hate that so much. Cause stuff like that. I'm the kind of person. I don't know if it's like I wouldn't play that. I wouldn't finish the game. I'm so sorry. Like that's like I'm immediately pissed and like don't want anything to do with anything. Oh no, like they just directly told you? I'm sorry. That's even worse. I'm like if I stumble upon it on like the internet, like I'm scrolling and I see it, I'm pissed off and I'm like, why am I even on social media? I said I wasn't gonna be on it. If someone comes and tells me, I'm done. It's cooked. Not finishing the game. Kinda cooked. I'm so sorry. I hate that so much. Ooh, that's even worse. I'm so sorry. Nah, yeah, I'm like that's kind of diabolical. I'd be mm-mm. Yeah, that's not cool. I'm sorry. I hate that people kind of like disregard, you know, people telling them things like that. Like, hey, I'm doing this thing I'm excited for. Maybe you should try it out, but like, tell me nothing. How hard is it to say nothing about anything? It's on me. I'm like, oh, that's crazy. Aw. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. He did. Oh, why is everything 900? Oh, I can't go here. Oh, it's off of that. You can just take that whole thing. Sorry, hold on. I got some stuff on my channel. Huh? Third. Yeah. Got them in the Baldur's Gate and sat silent like a sphinx. Told me all their favorite and soon to be tragic NPCs. They just run their mouth first time they can. Yeah. And that's the thing that like hurts even more because like you do your best to make sure they can get a great experience out of this new or fun thing that you know they're excited to share, but then like they don't hold that same sentiment when it comes to you. Ultra stinky.
Wine glasses, like people were toasting a deal.
Not a vintage I've seen on any grow table. But that means little if they were keeping a low profile or have poor taste in wine.
Yeah. So I've been kind of like even feeling like that as someone who's like posting content of the game. I'm like, let me just label everything as a spoiler and put enough seconds in front of the video so that you're not like, what's this? And it's immediately something you don't know and you're like, oh, it's been soiled. Yeah, I don't think it's that hard to.
Get ready.
I didn't know I was playing Gears of War. Hello? Okay. Right.
Now's your chance.
I'm saying now's your chance and then finish again for me. How sweet. Oh, that's it.
We're in the clear.
But yeah, that's no fun. Everybody likes the anti-fun police. So let's have fun and chill. Aha! You don't win today, you hole. Holes are my worst enemy. The booby. If that was Pete, she would 100% get woken up. Why is everybody in this darn city so hot? Enough. Like, it's just a regular pedestrian. Mods up a party.
Crows let some people free, right under the Huntam's noses.
There's the place. Keep your eyes open. We may not be the only ones interested.
Oh, it's up top. I'm like, hello. Ah, okay. Nope, okay. We tried. We indeed did not conquer. I got the pole. Oh, I can. Okay. And I'm still gone. All right. It was a test. Okay, not that pole. All right. Done trying. It was just for science. Don't call me small. I'm about to eat you, bro.
They killed Darren. They killed my cousin.
Get off the cage, you loser.
They're weak on the left. Got them.
Lucanus is fighting with all of his rage. Hot.
That's done. Are you Jacobus?
Dareth, my cousin. They...
Talk to me.
Please, you have to finish Dareth's contract. It's about the Butcher. My cousin was going to spy on the Butcher. He told me we'd pick up the contract from a dead drop. But then... someone has to finish this for Dareth. Please.
We will take care of it. Go back to the diamond.
I will, just give me a minute.
Is this a child? Is this a child? Why is he still taller than me?
We should... That note said Dareth should pick up the contract at the usual place across from Taya and Viago. Just follow the marks.
There will be a trail of marks left by previous crows. It will lead us right to it.
I did notice a strange mark on a wall earlier. I'm certain of it.
Let's go look.
Treasure! Treasure! That is what you are. I can see Lucanus, especially Emmerich, laughing at how short my legs are. How my little rook can't get anywhere without struggle. So you've done everything. Oh. How do I get up? Ah. I think I know her.
Why is these
A crow mark. Perfectly thrown.
That's gotta be Dareth's trail. Keep an eye out.
You on the daily? How do I get in? I want this loot.
Another mark this way.
Yeah. Oh, what's that? Oh, okay, I see. Wee. There we go. Alright. Give me like 2 seconds. I forgot I was supposed to get up and I didn't. So I'm gonna take a little break, 2 seconds. Really like the length of a song. So we'll be right back. All right. Alright, what nonsense are we up to? Getting into the loot. Oh, big loot. Ugly. That means it might be fire. I'm weak. Take me back. This almost locks her ankles. Aw, man. There is no back. Okay. Oh. Fine. I'll find a way up there, one way or another.
Bunch of Antam stopped me on my way to work. Demanded to know who I was and where I was going.
Okay. I saw another one over here. Oh. I just opened the door to their house and just start breaking stuff. My bad. I'm leaving. They're like, hello? Can I help you? Well, actually. Oh, well, how do I get up there? That's the hard part. Excuse me, the Chinese. Just take the letter I took. Oh, okay. You said it's real easy. Just go to the left. It's right there. Oh, okay. I feel stupid now. Lead.
Another secret note between a crow and a Venatori.
Let me in. Alright, before I climb that ladder, let's acquire this loot. This better be something fantastic. You know? They said it's basic, it's boo-boo. Funky. Yeah, though. A word, say less. Isn't there a quick save button? Why is it not
That's our third
F5?
note by these Crow and Venatori spies. Half of these letters are written in a cipher I can't make out. Let's talk to Chance.
They took out F5. Oof. Sadness. I don't know. This is gonna be just save 26. I really don't know. I don't know of a clever thing to call this. Nothing else in there? Okay. Do that. This way.
Have you learned more of what Ilario's planning, Lucanus?
Not yet. He's hidden it well. Katerina would be proud.
But Ilario had her killed.
We're assassins. She'd be proud of that, too.
I'd hate to see what the heck was wielding that freaking giant weapon. Oh no, I would have been a little, hot, low key. Like, what are you? Wait, was it not? It's above. Always. Not thieves. Who put this wall here? How do I get in? Oh, over here. Never mind, that's just a ladder to here. Oh, okay. Nar. Okay,
A fine
yeah.
evening is it not, my friends?
Guess if I can get up there. Oh. Yeah, my biggest thing was playing the game. I was, after the patch today, I was like, I can play it at 60 frames, yay! I did up some of my stuff, but I could probably do more if I'm gonna keep it at 30 to get the best. It ran well until I got to a part where there was like a lot of stuff on the screen. Then it was like, man, we're gonna crash. And I was like, okay, and back to 30 we go. Like, not ideal, but doable. Oh, have I not grabbed this before? Is there a way out? Yes! Gimme. Yeah. It's a helm. I would laugh so hard if it like did not. It actually did not let me. Told me I was trash. I could just teleport to that. Okay. Let me go see what's on that other thing then.
The Butcher seems more reasonable than most Anthem, but he still doesn't want any mages in the city.
You don't think
This
highly
way.
of spirit magic, Lucanus, because of your experiences with the Venatori, I suppose. But I assure you that performed with care, necromancy is no more harmful than any other magecraft.
There is a difference. Fire and ice spells kill people. They don't bring them back again.
What's so objectionable about a simple...
This is where the marks lead. Dareth's contract must be here somewhere.
About that subject from before, what's so objectionable about a simple reanimation?
It's a waste of hard work.
I know that they said that they're not doing any DLC or anything for the game because they're immediately working on the next Mass Effect. But I was kind of shocked when they were like, patch coming out later in the week. I was like, oh, cool. Thought this was going to be a lost cause for me. The Emmerich stuff went well, I think. I mean, I think it went good. He was helping out my boo. And now we're here. Oh yeah, no. I can just forget about that notion.
The butcher is making poison. Comic.
I've heard of it. It attacks the mind, inducing nightmares and eroding one's sense of self.
If I were the butcher, it'd be a good way to keep people in line.
Cannot let the butcher unleash this on Televiso.
He won't. The Antam brought in a comic master to mix the poison. He's at the garrison. We stop him there before this goes any further.
Wonder what all that's for. Honestly, like this game better be right, because we're doing a one and done dump. Ooh, mustache man.
Chance? We found notes from the Crow and Venatori spies, but parts of them are in code.
Ah, thank you. This may yet help trace their movements. Give me a while to break the cipher on these letters.
I would love to see him with his hair like in his face. I know he got a bit of a like bang fringe or something that's hidden in there. His name is Chance. What you got, Agnes? Like, can I talk to him?
You keep disrupting the Antam. I'll keep you stocked.
Stock me up. No, I'm just curious what he would look like with hair in his face. Oh, you still haven't seen Virgil with hair in his face when he was younger. He just looked like Dante. Hisoka's the same because his hair is all man, but it's wet and different person. You know, when it's on sale, I will have the coins this next time and I will get it. Trust. Expeditiously. What's he wearing right now? Take my money. I'm weak. That's a cute little oof for me.
I'm always open.
Greetings, Rook. I am Air, one who provides training for Antivan crows.
You're not a crow yourself?
Not as such, but we are frequently at their service. That answer suits them, as it should suit you.
It's such a on beat bark. I could almost count it out. She's doing great. She's barking at whoever's outside doing something. Oh, she's done now. I'm making a fool out of me.
Playtime is over.
I'm making a fool out of me. Oh, same. Same. 100% same. On me. I've basically known Peach more than half my life now. It's crazy. Yeah. I've had her for more than half my life. Great Scott. A little kitties. Okay. Kittens are so cute. Lost? Oh no. Could have gotten anywhere. Were they somewhere cutesy when you guys found them? It's like those TikToks I be seeing of like, I couldn't find my cat for 3 hours, and I opened the whatever laundry hamper after doing XYZ, and the cat's in there just swaddled in the laundry. Like, that'll give me a heart attack. They're also like liquid bones. I feel like half the time they're just they're just water. Make me sweat, make me water. Whatever the lyrics are. No, I wanted the loot. We. When I say I can't make it up, when I say I can't make it up, well, I vacuumed out the area. When do you think that my house? Like, what's that, Invincible meme? Think! Now you looking back. Don't do that.
How many crow houses?
Boss, over here!
Take them out, quick!
Bad's gonna get their, you know.
Excellent work.
What a freaking phenomenal dodge flip
I forgot what I was
Leon
going to say.
situation that was.
How many crow houses are there, Lucanus?
A few dozen. Only 5 I'd recommend.
You've all such a fierce reputation outside Antiva.
Doing a job is different from doing it well. My grandmother knew what that took.
Grandmother. The headshot was astronomical.
We're in.
What's going on?
Let's find the comic master.
They're They're back there sounding stupid.
You cannot forbid the crows!
You got it. Right here. Some loot. Oh, no. A minute shortcut.
I can smell you, an outsider. Time to test my gift.
Look at how calm Emmerich is.
Made flesh, so much flesh.
Come on, you freak. What is that? How can you talk? Ugh. Looks like giant baby jelly arms. Why he's so thick? Hello? What is this? The teeth look crazy.
The butcher denied has come to.
Am I alone? Hello?
Done. Comic Master is dead.
Oh.
Whatever was left of the man, find peace.
First things first.
Well, he died fast.
Destroy the rest of the poison. Then we figure out what was going on here.
Hi, Moose. Welcome on in. How the heck are you?
That's the last of the poison, thankfully. Let's look for anything else that explains what's happening.
Make me sweat. Make me water.
Wait, this note says that wasn't all the comic. The butcher's angry because some went missing.
What? Who stole it?
No idea. But the note does mention the butcher's inside trader. The occupation had help. Taya and Viago need to know they were right.
I wouldn't trust them anymore. Honestly, I wouldn't trust any of my family given what we found out about Lario. Nah, I wouldn't tell anybody nothing. I'll just go in there and just be like, beep, 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 beep. Tear the club up, you know? Oh, that means something different. You know? I'm gonna kick names and take ass. I'm all out of names.
Are you out of your minds?
Someone had to act.
They most certainly did not.
Oh, brother.
I told you crows to stay out of this.
Out of what? Defending our home?
If we had a stronger civil government instead of a bunch of circus criminals, the Antam wouldn't have a foothold in the first place.
First of all, fantastic eyeliner. Secondly, who are you yelling at? Thirdly, everybody took their vitamins. Early vitamin check. On me. And who's the guy yelling at? Who is this fool?
You're responsible for the city?
This is Governor Evenchi. They have concerns.
My concern is how you've endangered the city.
We're defending Antiva.
These protections are in place for the good of everyone. You act without oversight.
We crows are the oversight.
And yet, here we are, awash in Antam. And now, you've angered the Butcher.
I feel like I can't be nice to somebody like this. But I also don't want to make the situation worse and piss off Lucanus.
We have other enemies too. The gods are involved, corrupting some Antam, making them monsters.
And the Butcher?
You two were right. He had help taking the city. Human traitors.
I didn't want to believe it.
Yeah,
Killing the Butcher does nothing if someone could just sell us out again.
I'd start right here. You Talons are known for infighting
And that's okay,
betrayal.
Lou.
You're accusing them?
That is A-okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Just hang out, relax, listen to whatever diabolical something is going to come out of somebody's mouth. Not mine, though. I'm always my best behavior. And yeah, you know.
One of their
You know?
crows died for this contract.
That's enough. Rook, thank you for finishing that contract. The only reward we have is to ask you for more.
I won't abandon my allies.
We're allies. Of course I'll
Yeah, I'm
help.
very sure about that.
Evenchi is right about one thing. The Butcher will not like that we're fighting back.
We need to be ready. Rook, I will have every crow tracking this traitor and the gods, and we will send word when we find something.
The stakes are too high. This should be left to proper officials.
Go back to filing trade receipts, Evenchi. The crows rule Antiva.
And Treviso will be free. With or without you, Governor.
Ooh.
There's
Binding
an
thing.
interesting letter there, Rook.
An art merchant
What's
has
eat for
information
dinner?
on the Antam?
Mistress Trella would not waste our time. Visit her gallery and ask her what the Antam are up to.
I promise he's not sending you just for some exposure to Antivan art.
There are worse ways to spend an evening.
Is it cool where you are yet? Is it still kind of warm? I think that plays a role in it. If it's cooler, you can do something hearty like a soup, a roast, not a roast, like a soup or a stew or some chili.
I think that art merchant with information on the Antam lives near here. Hello? Are you alright?
I'm ending up in my own gallery. Then the brutes left to get more reinforcements against a single woman. Who did make the air and clear all the refuse by the door?
What business do the Antam have with an art gallery?
Well, that's no bueno. I'm here climbing up here thinking I can get to something. And it's not, it's not at all that. Have I been this way? Oh. Oh, they do have faces. I was just curious. Oh, still like 65. Okay. Why are they so beefy? Like if I go stand next to one, right? If I go stand next to one, I'm cooked.
Have you thought about it?
From thickness alone. I would probably say like a
Smite the
soup.
heretics!
What? Oh, who hit me in the back?
He cannot withstand us!
You're faithful and strong!
End it!
Rude. I gotta take the thing off my thing. I can't. Hey, when do y'all shoot that? There you go. Oh, there was a box over here. Oh, it's right there. How do freak? I want, but like not that. Oh, it's right here. Whee. Ooh, it's long. I should have known you can't just walk in there. Oh, we do kitty. Better God, I can't run up in there. Hot, cool, spit in your face. Free me.
Another question about the crows, Lucanus.
Go ahead.
Do you have any say in your targets?
You want to know if my victims deserved it?
Forgive me. I shouldn't have asked.
I'll make this quick.
Oh yeah, that's
go on.
That's some romancing. It's Lucanus. I'm weak. I think I got it. I just don't think I looked at it. Look at how he. That's funny. It takes a little bit to get there, to be honest. Thought he started threatening Emmerich for a second. Forgive me, Ashton. I'll make this quick.
You have any say in your targets?
You want to know if my victims deserved it?
Forgive me.
You know,
I shouldn't have asked.
Everyone wonders. I've never killed an innocent by my count. I cannot say if yours would agree.
bro, where in the tit is this? It's on this level. Ow! Peach, I can give you one more dentist stick. You cannot have any more. I'm not gonna have you puking everywhere. Said, but why? Because I said so. Hey, Miss Max Payne with the 15 months. Let's heckin' go. Yeah, the heck are you? Hopefully your day's been treating you well. Here you go, Stink. A new piece. Why, the combos are so good. Ay. They said jump in the water. Okay. I see.
Done.
I'll unlock the door. Come in, please.
Oh? Where is this outfit? Why can't my rook be standing here with her babobas out? Like that? That's what I'm looking for. Where is this armor? Look at this.
My saviors, welcome.
Viago said you had information on the Antam. Are they after you?
They barricaded me in and said I would starve unless I handed over the contents of my gallery. Lately, they've been taking paintings, sculptures, all sorts of treasures. And to think I overheard someone in the market yesterday bragging about dealing with the atrocious brutes. The market master might know more about what those dreadful Antam are up to.
See, I'm trying to get like this. That's what I'm talking about. Because what I got on.
I'm in your debt. Please look around.
What you got? Dang, Lucanda's got your head all in the way.
I hope dear Viago can make next week's exhibition.
Got me stuck.
Those Antam villains haven't shown up again, to my relief.
The air. Only one merchant has it. Is it here? I'm just being nosy, unlocking their secrets. Mine. Ooh. Ooh, upgraded your outfit. Look at you. The Lords of Fortune merchant. I'll take a peek, these. Can I get food?
How can I help you
What do we
today?
do with food? Like we don't have any
Everyone
rations or nothing.
But what they don't know is that you need to mix your beans.
Want to try anything on?
I'm not Anton. I'm Rithari. Healer. I'm Hell.
I was expecting the same face as what's it call it.
Andaran Artishan. It's such a pretty language.
Ah, aren't you adorable?
Bring back something from somewhere far away, okay?
What you got going on?
Would you like to see what we
You
have?
killed the blighted dragon, and another besides. I am grateful for that. Such a contract, any contract, must never be left unfinished. It's like a letter never sent.
Come to make more trouble? Can't you crows contain yourselves to the diamond?
It's not your business, but I'm not a crow.
Then you should be more selective about the company you keep.
You can be selective with these hands.
Requires a properly appointed leader, one who will make proper decisions. Treviso requires governance, not games.
Says the dude in a game. Shut up talking to me.
All right. We should talk to the market master if we want to learn why Antam are stealing pieces of art.
Oh, fourth rank? Ooh.
Hello. This might sound strange, but I was told you might know about Antam stealing paintings.
It's bad for business. And somebody here knows something. Everyone notices the master of the market. But you, stay hidden. Listen near the stores. You might learn something about our Antam art collectors.
Okay.
Let's listen carefully around the market. Don't want to scare anyone off.
How's business?
Can't complain.
Sick. Fantastic conversation.
But I mean, Antam, I didn't think they went in for things like fancy paintings.
I wouldn't know anything about... Well, that would explain the Antam who came by not an hour ago. They took my best sculpts without paying.
Huh. Right here?
Oh, yes. I did hear they've been piling up stolen goods in a camp in the Drowned District.
Simply waltzing
Bingo.
off with that man's goods was brazen, even for the Antam.
It cannot be for coin. There are faster ways to fill their coffers.
That merchant said they're stockpiling stolen art at a camp in the Drowned District. Let's start there.
Play me a little funky tune then. Okay, fit. Little cape things on the back. Okay. Barefoot on the rug. I see you with your golds on. Here. Take my money. Good job. You're doing great. Oh, that's the Lords of Fortune made fit. Can we put Emmerich in it by any chance? I did not mean to bend over in front of you like that. My bad. Sick. Put Emmerich in some booty shorts.
We're close to that camp where the Antam took that merchant's stolen sculptures.
He's about to ult on me like crazy. Psych. Nah. Bow, 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 bow. Dang, Lucanus. Rar. Who shot that?
Okay, let's look around for that stolen art. Or any sign of what the Antam are
Or
doing.
those cheeks, oh man.
Nothing here.
I think under the right circumstance, he would totally be down, you know? Emmerich strikes me as the con that very much 103,000% behind closed doors.
There's nothing of interest here either.
Strange.
You know?
You'd think a few statues would stand out.
Still nothing. I don't see anything that merchant in the market was talking about. No stolen art. We should go back and talk to him.
Oh, but this hole isn't real? That's crazy. But that hole on the dock, straight into the underwater. Rude. Disgusting. Despicable. Let me see. Is there somewhere I can teleport to? That's the wrong button. It's literally right there. It's on. What, beach? Outside? Outside? Un momento, s'il vous plaît. All right. Short break.
You crows have no idea.
Dude, shut up. Hello?
That merchant who said the Antam stole his artwork. He's with the Venatori. I'll bet he caught us listening in.
And so he purposefully sent us off on a wild chase.
The note said the Antam are trading the art to Venatori collectors in exchange for rare magical components.
Magic? What are those fools trying to do in Treviso now?
The note doesn't say what the components are for, but the meeting location is a different Antam camp in the center of the city. Okay, we're close to the camp where Antam are trading with the Venatori for magical components.
I'm sneaking in. Hello? Look who's shot. You are.
A fine kick from
Good job.
All right, let's find out what the Antam and the Venatori are actually doing here.
Yeah. Somebody drop something? Yeah.
This note is about Gatlock, that Kunari blasting powder. The Antam are using magical components from the Venatori to make it more explosive. Much more explosive.
Alchemy is fraught with peril at the best of times. Adding in enchanted components...
We must go to Dejan Viago with this as soon as possible.
Agreed.
I teleport now. The plot thickens. The plot thickens thickly. Oh, forgot that was there. Oh, wow. Oop. Look at me, almost sent. Hi.
It is good Rook found Dareth's contract.
Good news?
The Venatori are helping the Antam make their Gatlock explosives even more powerful.
What?
It's not ready yet. They're still experimenting.
Then we have some time. The Crows will investigate.
We had better. I am sure we'd be among the Antam's first targets.
Hey. We did it. Wow, 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 wow. All right, let's see. What's the main mission? Oh, really? Super cutesy. I think I'm gonna have to. Maybe I think my next playthrough I'll be a crow and I'll romance Emmerich. I think I'll do that since I'm a freak. What's the word for it? The watch. There we go. I'm on the watch. Yeah, I'll be a flip. Are you good, Emmerich? I'll be a crow and I'll romance Emmerich. See what that's talking about. It's okay. We can talk about this. Look at him jiggling his little. Yeah, you can see it there. You see it? The little pelvic bone, tailbone thingy he's wearing. I think it's super cool. Little scullies on his fit and like the rib cage on his jacket. It's the small details. in a way that honors the dead. Enough. Can you give me some spicy side eye? Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Smice for me, please. Yeah. I'll get him in the background because it's kind of funny. We're gonna have a lot of pictures from this playthrough. Obviously, nowhere near our Baldur's Gate playthrough, but we're gonna have a lot of pictures. Trust. Yes. Like, I think I've done most of the stuff here. Let's check our journal. We can go do... What time is it? 9:30? All right. We gotta go. We're not gonna do any more missions. We're gonna go back to the thing. I wasn't meant to be here this long. Got some stuff to do before I prepare to go to sleep. I do have some gifts to give, though. We can do that. Back to go get lifted. Does anybody want to talk? Yay, they do. Yes.
Ah, hello there. Just admiring how carefully the Fade is woven into this place, as cultivated as a palace garden.
That's old elven stuff for you. Magic everywhere you look, and also where you don't.
I do envy you, Rook.
Really?
You know how seldom watchers leave Navarra, if ever. You've already traveled more of Thedas than most of us see in a lifetime. What adventures you've had.
Why is he kind of winning me over? I hate this. I mean, we're still obviously going for Lucanus because Lucanus is my first, but great Scott. I know, it's stop it. Ew, no. I already have too many on my list. I can't add you too. Yeah. We're saving that for like Dante, Wesker, etc. It does. And that's a crazy thing. Like, he hasn't done a single thing flirtatious or anything to give you the mindset that he is. Because he isn't, tells me he is. Just like Wesker. Like, I feel like they're very similar in a lot of very different ways. Like, Wesker, he's diabolical, obviously. We're not gonna go down that list again, but it's like something about the level of pristineness that he has about him, I can see Lucanus also has. I mean, not Lucanus. I can see Emmerich also having. You know? As far into that conversations we're gonna go. Never thought about that.
It just kind of seems like my life.
You don't regard anything you've done as singular? Work was always my excuse not to travel. But now that I've joined you, I'm finally exploring outside Navarra's crypts.
I'll explore outside your crypt, sir.
Speaking of the necropolis.
Yes?
I've been meaning to ask how you'd like your body prepared in the event of your death.
Ooh, give it to the garden.
Save the flesh and some bones for the soil.
The memorial gardens, then? Very well. We'll still preserve your skull, of course.
Naturally.
He's finished the reagent. Please excuse us. Excellent work, Manfred.
How cute! I mean, I think honestly we're kind of. He's standing by the fire. Let's capture him in his natural habitat. What you mean, I need some bokeh in these photos. Yee. All right. Free me from these chains now. Skydiving. Rocky Mountain climbing. 2.7 seconds. Oh, you talking with the BB?
Another day.
I understand, girlfriend. It's with the baby. Ooh, that. I know he was snatching hearts. Okay, hold on. This little thing she's wearing is fire. This little corset situation. Little around the waist, over the shoulder harness. I require. Hi, Harding.
At least you're getting closer to your answer, Harding.
Oh.
After what the Oracle said,
I didn't even see you there. My
I
bad.
don't know if I want to. It's scary.
The unknown always is.
But this unknown involves Titans.
At least it won't be boring.
We'll never be free. Never.
Rook, you're here.
Is something wrong?
Biago and Dea sent word. They have information about Ilario. Whatever it is, they wish to speak away from Treviso, away from anyone who might be listening. They won't put more to paper. I need to meet with them as soon as possible.
Not even a kiss on a cheek or nothing?
One eternity later.
Hi, Tokyo. Come on in. That's a dark brown. Ooh, what are they talking about? He still has it in his hair now. He just has gray on the top. Oh, he's not gray all over.
I didn't see many books in here about Ravane.
Ravani people tell stories more often than they write them down.
Did I make it awkward? All right, I'll leave. I know when I'm not wanted.
I wish I could get moving. I hate being stuck in here.
I know. Oh, Bianca's still broken. Norm. I just noticed that. Looks so tired. Kind of sad he's reduced to just lay on bed, injured old man. When am I gonna talk to my egg? How hard do I have to rub it to get him to come out? Hello? Rude. Oh. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. I didn't didn't realize that. How do the wings? I didn't realize that at all. Horns and wings, my favorite. Am I getting new clothing or is my stuff still garbage? Hey, oh, hey, yo. I mean, go off. The textures are not loaded, but come through leg tattoo. Okay. Bro, I got the world's tiniest feet with the longest toes. Okay, hold on. They got long toes. I appreciate that. Every game always give everybody the most adorable short toes. That's true. I don't know. I mean, oh, you can see my arm tattoo. I forget I even have these, to be honest. I'm so used to not wearing, like, I'm so used to everything being covered. You know? Again, ignore the texture, it's not loading. They're building up like Play-Doh. That looked really cool. Right, I'm like, I don't know who was in the design room when it came to putting armor together for this game, but it is the most, no offense, creators of the game, it is the most unattractive armor I've seen in a while. I'm not saying give me bikini armor. Like, I appreciate that we got some stuff that's covered up because, like, I don't always want to be sleuthing myself out in the game. But everything is so bulky. There's nothing that, like, shows any kind of shape. Like, if I build my girly to have shape, I want that shape to be visible through the armor. Like, if I give her a wide chest and wide hips, I want there to be some curves in the armor. Look at Tosh. Tosh curves show through armor. Why can't mine? I put on something similar and it's just a bunch of bulk. I'm just wearing like Master Chief's shoulder pad or something. Like, I need, the modders have to save us. Right? Why give us? I mean, even the body customizations are kind of boo boo. Like, we don't get no bobos, no butt. That's crazy. That's crazy. So you have all of this, and you get in here, and the armor is just trash. Like, some of the worst armor ever. So I'm waiting on I'm waiting on the mods to drop. They give us cute armor for everyone to wear, because free us from this armor purgatory. Because even the stuff I'm like, oh, this could look cool, and it's just the most bland, not form-fitting, nothing. Honestly, they definitely did give us the illusion of choice. They definitely did. Because too many times I'm like, oh, this could be nice. And then I'm like, oh. Because, like, sometimes, like, you look at stuff like this, like, oh, she has a butt. No, she doesn't. If I take her to the little thing or whatever and take her clothes off, the thing that pissed me off the most was that the boob size change is just more, it's chest contour. It's the same, like, body of, like, a flat, like, male chest, but they put, like painted the boobs on. The boobs have no side profile. It's flat. Baffled when I realized that. Right. The only one that is noticeable is the height and, like, to the tiniest extent, the body mass. Like, you can make your character kind of thick. And I don't mean thick as in butt and hips and stuff like that. I mean, like, thick as in, like, heavier. You can make them ever so slightly but like not completely. And I was like, that kind of made me mad. I'm not even gonna lie. I was kind of like, this kind of blows. Like, thank you for some of the other customizations. Like, that's really cool. But I never understand when it comes to character creation how you see what we like from XYZ games. I'm not, obviously some stuff is probably patented or something like that, but you see attributes that people congratulate in other games. Why not take those good attributes and mix them with some of your own good attributes and have a perfect character creator? I still think, so far, in my recent time of playing games where I can create my own character, Dragon's Dogma has the best one. The Dragon Dogma 2 character creator is the best character creator I've seen so far. That kind of sucks. Because I'm like, you have so much possibility. Like, look at this, okay? Because this is the girl, right? Right? You see how there's, you know, like it's nothing, and this is the biggest chest option. Any bigger and it would just be wide. Like, it makes her ribs wide. I had to build her an hourglass figure because that wasn't like a possibility with actual boobs. I hope it's not either. That part icing. I want to be thick though, you know? And like the butt, like, where is it? Like, looking at this. Hello? And look at how far on the slider I am. This is a bigger body type, and that's max. Like, that's cool, but why can't we have butt and boobs? Why is that illegal? Why? I don't know where she was sat at. But like, that doesn't make sense to me. And real quick, it's gonna be a little flash, 2 seconds. But what I was talking about, it's painted on. Cause you're like, oh, it's boba. No, it's not. Rude. Rude. So, hoping that the next game that gives us character creation, whatever game it is, hopefully we have options. I beg. She tucked in her elbows so she stands in her arms. You know, I'm not asking for something insane. Just give me some realistic proportions. That's it. With dead arms. But yeah, so anyway, a little bit on that rant. But that's something I wish they could have, you know. Like, I get this isn't like a game that I'm not gonna keep name dropping, but like taking an anatomy class, I beg. I just wish that when it came to like certain aspects of like creating characters, they would like, I know it's not just tits in the game. Like, I get it. I understand. But I want my character to look good in armor. And as someone who can sometimes be a girly girl, sometimes I want some cleavage out. Not all the time, but I would just like to have the option. I know a lot of times, like, well, we're trying not to overly sexualize the female characters. It's like, okay, that's fine. But, like, you don't put everyone who's femme in the game in a bikini. Like, I'm not saying that. But, like, give me options to work with. It don't have to be a bikini, but, like, give me something cute. Something a little form-fitting. It can cover the whole body. If it cinches the waist with some kind of corset, freaking Nev can dress cute. Like, Nev's fit are fire. Can I not have something like Nev at least? Bare minimum. Right, I want it to be an I want the choice. I want the option. Don't make me. And then don't allow me. Like, give me the option. Where people would freaking pick to bobas. People are gonna jork the small one too. Right, you can't quell that. There will be no bobas and someone will still be yorking their yams. So it don't, that's never gonna stop. People york their yams to like robots, Bastion. So nothing you can do. You can make Rook an actual square. Somebody will find a way to york their yam to that. That's never gonna stop anything, ever. The Dragon Age 2 Canary designs were chef's kiss. I gotta get on that one. I've been in here. Oh, I have not. Okay. Men will want a bowl of mac and cheese. I'm crying. Because you're not wrong. You are not wrong. That is so funny. Oh. Alright, that's all that was in here. Okay, I guess. You know, it's a music room, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I've talked to everybody, got everything done. I'm weak. My allied strength is trash. Yeah. I think we'll save here. I'm calling it. It's gonna be 10 o'clock. Great, Scott. I don't know. We can keep it save 27 today. Just know it's a hard save. Ooh, woo. Also, is there a place I can go look at my photos on here? I wonder. Let's go ahead and make a new character. Probably next game sits here for 18 more hours. I guess not. But yeah. There are just some things, as someone who enjoys creating characters in games, I wish games could do. I know there's some rule and rhyme and reason behind it. Probably doing it like this is a so and so way. You can do it your own way, but still have the same option. Like, it's possible. You don't have to give me the whole color radius in a square form. You can give me a color wheel. You can do something, because I think biggest gripes, and they're all small things, but the biggest things I can say so far about this game, that there is a lot that I do like about it. A few things I don't, though, I would probably say would be the character creator is still limited. The skin color range wasn't fun. The hair color range wasn't fun. And then the body adjustments were lacking. I would say those are my three biggest things in that realm. When it comes to the gameplay so far, I can flow with it. Like it's not something where I'm like, ugh, I'm stuck here or this is frustrating. So far, I'm vibing. It's super easy because I'm playing on super easy, so I'm not complaining about the difficulty of the enemies I'm fighting. Um, I would say sometimes some of the characters that I'm encountering from like an enemy standpoint can be a bit too animated. And that's coming from my only experience being Inquisition, but I feel like some of the people are a bit too animated from like whatever the lady I fought today I had met for the first time. Uh, that was a bit too I was like, what is this? That was a bit too cartoonish for me. Like it didn't feel yeah, like it definitely felt like this character belongs on Fortnite, not Dragon Age. The whole like I don't know what that was. That was really cheesy to me. To me, that felt like Sarah's existence. It gave me the same feeling that Sarah did on Inquisition. I did not like her. It was really annoying. Even though this enemy barely said enough words to annoy me, her mannerisms pissed me off. So, in the same way that Sarah pissed me off. I don't know what that's called, but I didn't like that. I can see that. I can see that. Um, again, with my little bit of hands-on I've had from Dragon Age as a series, I understand nudity maybe isn't something they do a lot of. Like you may have had a boob flash from a person or two in a couple of the games, but I feel like uh not that I just want everyone to walk around butterball naked, but like a little bit of more skin probably could have helped it not feel so. Yeah, I'm gonna let my 11-year-old play this game. 'Cause it seems to me like, from a violent standpoint, it's closer to something like that. Like they kind of maybe tuned it down a little bit. I think it's still technically is it still a rated? I don't even know what it's rated actually. Let me look. Oh, it's rated M. Think there's a setting to make sure you have to get the noodles. Ah, okay. I'll have to I'll have to go and make sure that's on. I do want that. When you go through the other games, you come back to this one, writing something could be like, okay. Yeah, I'm like, it definitely. Oh, you default to have it on? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's a rated M game. I feel like they're playing it very safe. Again, I'm not saying have the opening sequence be some girl 360 shooting blah blah with her nip nops out. I'm not saying that, but for it to be rated M, I think today I heard my first F bomb, and I'm a good 30 something hours into the game. Yeah, I'm almost 40 hours into the game, and we heard our first F bomb. Again, I'm not saying curse like a sailor, but where's rated M coming from? What about it? Is it the blood? Is that why it's M? I don't know. It seems super safe. I don't know. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, it's probably the blood and fighting, but again, it's kind of like I like the animations. Like, yes, it is just a little bit more cartoonized. Like the animations are more animated. Like it doesn't seem like they're going for a very realistic art style, which is fine. But I feel like if you're gonna do that, you probably should have upped the like griminess just a tad bit. Everything's almost too clean. I think that's part of what it is. I like the art style. It's cool. You can still there's still a realism about it, but it's like it gives not grimy. Nothing about it is grimy, and like a little bit of grime could have just a little bit, but that's probably about as much criticism I have about it, which realistically so far isn't anything terrible. Just maybe the rated M comes out in the romances. You ate so much, and oh, you ate and stomach feels better. That's good. Good night, Moo. Thanks for hanging out with us. You take care. Have a good one. Yeah, I'm like a little bit of dirt would go a long way too. Like it's cool that if someone gets injured, it's there. Like that injury doesn't just disappear. Like you watch it heal over time. Like that's really cool to look at. But when people get injured, it's so out of place because of how pristine everything else is. It feels odd to see someone injured. So it's like when they're injured, like, let them also get a little dirty too. You know, whenever I stab somebody and still them just having a blood stain, like show some gut particles flying out, something. Give me that good, satisfying dead space stomp. Watch some of the brain noodles slide out of an orifice somewhere. That would be like, oh, that's crazy. It may look cartoony, but it's not a cartoony game. I think that'll be a good little dispersion, but that's just me at my 40 hours in. How I feel about it. Also, really random, related to absolutely nothing sidebar conversation. Pixio came out with some more colors for their monitors. I have to get 2 purple monitors. I have to get this. My life depends on it. I must acquire these monitors with the most expeditious of expeditiousness that anybody could ever expeditious. They have 2 new colors, mint green and light purple. I need it. I must have it like my life water. So I'm selling my monitors. Not even joking. I want them so bad. So bad. The purple monitors don't exist. I've been hunting. I've been on Amazon for the past month hunting for it's not tape, but it's like tape to put around my monitor to make it a different color. Because I'm just tired of it being black. I just want to paint it not black. Like I painted everything else that's black. This was black. This microphone was black. I painted it. I can get monitors that are purple with desk mounts that are also purple. Shut up. I'm sold. But yeah. Yeah. That's today. I don't even think it's out yet, but it's open for pre-order. So I'm the arms are already sold out, sadly. I'll have to catch those another wave. Yeah. I wanted the light purples that they had. I forgot which one that was, but I ended up going for the Pro Max. I gotta have the Pro for the camera and battery power, but they had a purple one finally, and I copped it. And I'm not getting another iPhone until they have another purple-like color in the Pro line. So this is probably my last iPhone, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know that I'll get another anytime soon. I'm like, why is it so hard for tech to open up their color spectrum to stuff? I beg you, let me have something that's not white or pink. But give me some yellows. I don't mind a colorful setup. Purple is my thing, but give me some yellow, give me some green, something that's not this boring black, red, or white or pink. I'm tired of those colors. There are more colors in the world. You already put a pink tax on the pink stuff. At least if it's gonna be a color I'm paying more for, let it be a color I want. I beg you, let it be a color that I want. But, oh, you're a girl, you wanted pink. No. Bro, put yellow in there, purple, something. There are other colors than pink. Please. I'm tired of having to buy paint and painting everything myself. Paint and primer sucks. Make it for me. Finally found a cute purple case. Now purple monitors exist. It's only one, so I have to get that one. Let's not wait another 10 years. But yeah, one day, maybe it's just waiting on me. Maybe I gotta go big in some kind of way, and I do a bunch of collabs with a bunch of different companies, and I come out with a colorful line of stuff. Maybe that's gonna be what it takes. Maybe that's what we need. I don't know who I gotta work with, but I'll find them because I'm sick of this. I'm sick of it. Crimson phone would be cool. They used to have the Project Red for iPhones. I don't know what happened with all that. Yeah, I haven't seen one of those in years, actually. It was a pretty, it's not like blood red, but it's like a pretty red. Right, like, my eyelash. Like a very, like, pastel. Give me some pastels or just some vibrant but not neon. Because that's always a thing, too. They're like, oh, we're going to give you the color, and it's like either super muted. Because this whole thought process of, in order for it to be professional, it has to be muted. No. Why does professional stuff have to have like no personality? Didn't help. Let it live. I beg. This too much. All right. Done blibber blabbering for a little bit. I think we're gonna go raid out to right. It looks white. Oh, it's like super faint. Yeah. Cause mine is like you can mistake it for like a brownish. It's all I don't know. It's purple, but it's just so dark, like super deep dark, darker than my hair dark. I'm like, I don't know about this one, Squidward. I don't know. I think we'll go somewhere different today. Let's see. Are you plus 18? Can we talk about debauchery in here? Cool, plus 18. Say less. All right. We're going to raid here. This is someone named MPT. I hope I'm saying that right. I hope I'm not butchering it. MPT? I slightly unhinged, obsessed with tea. Okay. Come vibe here. They're playing Dragon Age. It's the first day they're making their character. We're gonna hang out there for a little bit. Obviously, you guys know no backseats, no spoilies. That's their rules as well. I like to keep that one constant. So we're gonna rate out. Is that a Stawian? Oh yeah, we're gonna vibe here. I can't tell if this little TB chewing on some meat is meant to be a Starian, but it looks like it. I think it is. No, it is. Yeah, okay, yeah, it is. Okay. Yep. We're gonna vibe here. Easy gonna be cool. Alright. You know the drill. New around here or have not visited yet, check out our website. A website called misspurplelightning.com. Everything's there. Little bio about myself, all of our social media, our merch, music that I've released and stuff that I'm currently working on will be there as well. So keep your eyes peeled and posted for that. Also, we have raid messages. So if you are a subscriber, go ahead and copy this first one. This one is for you. And if you're not a subscriber, go ahead and copy this second one. I appreciate you so guys for hanging out with us on our first day back. I am exhausted. So I'm gonna go get some sleeps. We can come back tomorrow, play some more Dragon Age, and get deeper into the mix. But that's all I have for you guys. Thanks for hanging out and tuning in. Appreciate the raids and the subs. You guys are awesome. I'll catch you guys tomorrow evening. Bye.
Oh, that's pretty. Is that like a fishtail braid? I like that.